Yo, how you going, Liz Lee Chann, nonetheless, and welcome to Comeback with Chann. We want Kurt. We want Kurt. So do I, but he's just wrapping up with a sick wrap up with Spencer Fearon. Big up Sammy Ali. Kurt's on his way. Big up Nick Hammer. We want Kurt. We want Kurt. Everybody hold up some picket signs. Big up you, Nick Hammer, as always. Ever the great, consistent supporter. Thank you. Mad tired, but always got the energy for the boxing. This show was kind of like off the cuff, and supposed to also have another special guest as well, but I don't know. Like they said, they'll be here, so hopefully he shall grace us also with his presence. Kurt's on his way. Yeah, he's jumped in his car right now. Jumped in his car right now. I'm in Texas, you see. Jokes, I'm not. I'm really not in Texas. I'm in London, England. And I'm glad I'm in London, England, because I heard in Texas it is snowing like a mofo. Fight, man, figure! What's up, Lee? You right? We had a wicked show the other day, didn't we, Lee? Great show. Great show. I'm chopping up the bits bit by bit. Bit by bit. Gone back to me short hair. It's all about this long hair business. Long hair. But you know me. Get bored. Get bored with hairstyles. But I do prefer the short. I'm not going to lie. Hey. But reminds me of when I was in America, I grew up watching a show called Fat Albert. Hey. Needs to say that. If you was in Texas, you would be freezing. Yeah, I know. I heard Texas is crazy right now. Crazy. I'm in London. Texas in the summer is crazy, and I don't think you guys usually get cold weather like this, do you? Snow. Don't know. It's just some freak weather conditions, I guess. I need to get glasses because I'm getting blind when I don't blow up the screen. Lady Chann, the legend. Hope you are well. That is sweet of you. I am very well, thank you very much. I'm just here. Oh, he's graced us with his presence, people. Oh yeah, let me big up Spence. Spence, I was like, yeah, we've got a show to do. But like, thank you. I'm going to bring in Senor Contragolpe. I put a motherfucking screen. Where you at? Well, we're not seeing no face today.
No, I'm coming too. I'm just wrapping some stuff up, in between. A little intermission, but kind of multitasking.
I remove you off the screen, shush. Because you still. Okay, cool. Hurry up. Our other guest is here. Yay! GTS. All right. Jump back in when you're ready, because our guest is here.
Okay. So what?
Hang on, one sec. Hang on. Smoke!
Where you at? Mute.
I'm
There I am. Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing, lady?
I'm just waiting for.
Chilling.
I'm all right. How are you?
I'm good. It's a rainy day in Oakland. I'm good. It's a rainy day in Oakland, but it's not as bad as Texas.
Yeah, rainy day in London, but quite warm, but just rainy nonetheless. Not as bad as Texas. No snow for us unless you live in the countryside for us. Thank you for joining.
Yeah, we never get snow here.
Yeah, I know. It's always sunny in California, right?
Yeah. Oh, it never rains. It never rains in Southern California.
Yeah.
That actually is an Oakland group. They're right there. Tony. They're right here in Oakland. I saw Raphael Sadiq like 2 months ago.
We know it, babe.
Yeah.
I grew up with that too.
Yeah.
I grew up with that too. You think because I was in the UK that we wasn't exposed to such great artists, US artists. That's all we grew up on quite a lot.
You always put a smile on my face. You always put a smile on my face.
So do you. No, not always. Sometimes you put a grimace.
Oh well, no, that's you that puts the grimace on your face. I'm trying to clear it up, turn the frown upside down. It ain't that serious. That man ain't did nothing to you.
We chop it up. Hold up. Hey. Do you know that one? Dr. Dre. Hey.
Yeah. Tim Dog. You know, I saw that guy walking the street, and he said, I was like, hey, what's up? Not Tim Dog, Nate Dogg. I was like, it's like, hey, what's up? He said, hold up. Okay, it's cool shit.
Rest in peace to Nate Dogg, man. And he died, you know. He's no longer alive. Did you know that?
Yeah, a few years ago. A few years ago. There's like a raft of celebrity deaths, like, you know, off there doing that stuff.
That's sad. It's hot in Australia. Anyway, I don't know. Let's see. Are you about? Are you here? You still fixing, or shall I mute you still?
No, I'm here.
Oh, okay.
No, I've been listening to the whole thing. I guess I was muted, but no, I was.
Yeah, I muted you because I didn't think you was ready yet, so I just put you on mute because I heard running water. So I thought.
Yeah, the water was running, and it's still running. No, I'm just kidding. But no. Just give me about 2 minutes.
All right, I'll mute you and I'll chop it up with G to the S.
Okay.
Do you want me? You can unmute yourself. You can mute yourself and unmute yourself. Yeah. Coolio and Lamar. Jaleek, what's up, King? Lady Sham, welcome on. All right. News at, I don't know, we're at 3 different time zones. News at 9, maybe. Right, Smoke, thanks for joining me. Like I said, Mr. Now, we had quite intense. I'm still putting out, I think I've got one more section of that to put out. We had a great chop up about 3 weeks ago now on the heavyweight special, and you came through, and obviously we was talking about, like, the show started about heavyweights, and I was with Fight Fan Figures, and you know, I was talking about prospects, and we talked about prospects, and you came through and bombarded us, didn't you? We spoke about your good old pal, Deontay Wilder, and you basically just said a load of stuff. All right, so let me just start, GTS. So, you know, when we were talking about, you know, things are taken out of context and so forth and so forth, you know, when we're talking about things like Mark Breland was accused of spiking the water, or when we're talking about things that, you know, the first excuse of Deontay Wilder stating that, you know, the costume made his legs weak. So, you know, and you're saying that it was out of context, that at first the group or the Wildettes or the Wilder fans, whatever you want to call them, said he didn't say that first and foremost. I knew that it would crop up because I actually knew that he'd said it. And I absorbed so much information. I just couldn't pinpoint where I'd heard it from. And thank God it resurfaced. Now, then when that resurfaced, and anyway, Shelley Finkel already said it as well, like right after the fight. But when this is now resurfaced, everybody's saying, but it's out of context. That didn't cost him the fight. Well, what he's saying is, that's what he effectively was saying, that his legs were weak because of the 40+ pound costume, which the costume guys, they hit in and said that the costume was 26 pounds, and he actually tried it on, and you know, so it wasn't overly heavy. But yeah, so that was, I don't understand why now that my man this has come out, the narrative has now been spun that isn't the reason that Deontay Wilder said he lost the fight, where it was the initial reason why he said he lost the fight. I just wanted to know, yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, no, I got it. So this is for me a question about media literacy, and it's actually what I studied, and I worked in the biz for a bit at the beginning of my career as a working person. But all right, so the question is, why didn't you look the way that we saw you look in 40 plus fights? The answer Wilder gave was the costume was heavy, the mask, restricted his breathing. It wasn't. But well, the real question I only asked was what happened? Why didn't you look the way we seen you in 40 plus fights? Was it Fury that hurt you? Wilder says no, that's not what it was. The costume was heavy, the mask restricted my breathing, my legs weren't under me. Right? People act like what Kevin Iole asked was, why did you lose the fight? Just like you just said. But really what he asked was, why
Seeing
didn't you look
himself.
the way that we saw you look?
Yeah. Why didn't he
Right?
see himself? Yeah.
So then, I've been a Wilder fan. I go all over the place. Like some places I go to are pro Wilder. Some people don't care one way or the other. Some people like Wilder, right? So in the channels that for some reason can't figure out how to say a positive thing about the guy, they immediately because the article suggested that the guy was making excuses. As a matter of fact, I think that's what the publication, I think it was Yahoo Sports, that's what their headline was. Wilder makes excuses. Meanwhile, what Wilder did was just answer the guy about why he felt like he didn't look the same way that night. So immediately everybody said, you know what? They're taking the guy out of context. He was speculating about why, and that was one of many things. By the way, he didn't. The costume was part of it. He also said some other things were going on in his life. He said some others like whatever. He mentioned a bunch of things. Everybody fixated on just the costume, and the question was why he didn't feel that way, not why he lost the fight, right? And even the night of the fight, in the ring, he's like, yeah, some things went wrong, but the best man won, right? So even right after the fight in the ring, he referenced some things being weird before the fight, right? But he still gave Tyson Fury his props, and then we moved on, right? So for the Wilder fans comment, the Wilder fans immediately, because Wilder came out afterwards and said he was taken out of context, so Wilder fans started saying he was taken out of context. So then the same quote gets re-released as if the issue is Wilder never said what he said. But that wasn't what the issue was. The issue was what he said, the content of his words were taken out of context. And
No,
everyone keeps acting
no,
like
no,
Kevin
it's not.
Iole, everyone keeps acting like what
Not
Kevin
true.
Iole asked was,
Not true.
okay, just as you just said. You just said, he
That's not
effectively said
true
that's my,
though. You guys
okay,
did
you
say
just said,
that. The fans did
okay,
say that it
I'm sorry,
wasn't.
go ahead.
Sorry,
All right,
Smokey. Just to say
so
that the fans
yeah.
did say that it wasn't ever said by Wilder himself. But sorry,
Right. So we have to produce that, right? So people are saying that without actually attaching it to a person or to a quote.
I just
So people are
remember.
coming out of the woodwork and saying all of these fans, the people are coming out of the woodwork and saying all these fans said he never said it. Meanwhile, they can't
Mm,
point to a single instance of these fans saying
mm,
that, right? So,
mm,
but we can just move on. The issue is people acting as though Kevin Iole asked, hey, Wilder, why did you lose the fight? And Wilder said, I
no,
lost the fight because of the
we
costume.
heard it. We heard
Meanwhile,
it.
that's not what happened. Meanwhile, that's not. And I'll tell you about the context, right? If
Mhm.
Kevin Iole had asked, "Why did you lose the fight?" and Wilder said it was because of the costume, then I would absolutely understand what all of this brouhaha is about. But that's not what happened because the context in this situation is important. It's actually very illuminating for me, but other people, like when it comes really right down to it, this is like 10% of teapot and the 21st century promotion, right? So it sounds like, hey, let's make a bunch of excuses and
And
not hold the guy
5%,
accountable.
and a sprinkle of 5%ers. Don't forget that.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah,
There's
yeah,
all kinds of
yeah,
factions.
yeah.
There's all kind.
Continue.
There's all right. There's any
Yeah,
number of
yeah, yeah.
factions. There's any
Continue.
number of
Continue.
okay.
You
It
said I'm
also.
wrong for a number, but let's continue.
I got you. Well,
Yeah,
we can also go Sturgeon's law, right? 90% of all content is crap. So
okay.
and that's it. Like,
Okay.
right.
And
So
now 10% is non-crap. So,
we can keep going. Like,
tell you what,
if
let's
80% of
see what this
outcome is
is
caused by
going to
20%
do.
of causes. I mean,
That,
there's all sense of. I said 80% of outcomes are caused by the result is
of
20% of the
course.
cause, right?
Mm-hmm.
Regardless of the generic figures that you can throw out that could fit any particular situation, this specific situation was does Wilder not? Well, I think that Wilder says stuff, answers questions in a way that that creates an atmosphere that people can jump on. Now, if you want to talk about the Breland accusations, that's definitely flaunting one of the maxims, right? If you're going to accuse somebody of something, then the onus is on you as as a person, in engaging in polite discourse, right? If you're
Mhm.
going to accuse somebody, you should have you should produce the underlying proof to the satisfaction, just so people understand what it is you're talking about.
Yeah.
I understand Wilder hasn't done that, right? So if people are upset about that, I can get it, right? It's on him. Whether the way that he answers his questions, I think that the guy is sincere and upfront. I think that he's saying what he believes, right? Whether or not
Mhm.
it's the facts of the matter is whether or not he's factually correct is a separate issue. That he actually thinks that. So, I don't know the truth. If actually what he is the truth, then I don't know what we're talking about. It seems possible and real to me that a mask that would restrict your breathing and a 40-pound suit would weaken your
It
legs.
was
That doesn't
26
sound like
pounds.
craziness to me.
It was 26 pounds.
Well, however much it weighed,
Yeah, it was 26 pounds.
it doesn't seem that unreasonable to me that would actually affect your legs, right? It just doesn't. So
Mhm.
whether or not it did or it didn't, it's just not that interesting. Like for me, I'm in it for the fights. The fight was like kind of it was competitive for 2 rounds. Maybe 2.5 rounds, and it wasn't. For, like in the middle of the third round,
Your
it turned
internet,
into a straight wash.
yeah, get back into internet. Your internet's cutting out. Your internet
Oh,
is,
okay, yeah, yeah.
your Wi-Fi is as wishy-washy as Wilder's lies.
Okay.
Believe what we believe, right? But you have to be what
That's
you
what
have
I'm
to be careful of the
saying.
egocentric bias that you think you're
All right, but look,
yeah
but your
that you don't
Wi-Fi
project your
is,
beliefs on other people.
no,
Okay,
but your
yeah, I'll come
Wi-Fi
out,
is,
come in.
your Wi-Fi's bad. Your Wi-Fi's bad. It is bad. Can sort it out, and then we will be all be able to hear you properly. Cool. Out and then in. The Wi-Fi, I couldn't hear it. For me, it was going a bit robotic, so I couldn't hear it, guys.
Yeah, he
Sorry.
probably walked off. Maybe he
No,
didn't.
there you are. There
Okay.
you, yeah, is that better? Let me hear you. Check. 1, 2. Smoke.
Yeah, it should be better right now. Go to a different house. So
Yeah. Counterpunch Boxing News is here with us. I thought everybody. Well, I know Smoke never shows his face. Why is it just my face has to be on here?
No, because it's the prettiest face.
Well, I won't deny that, but hey,
There you go.
it's very
Maybe me and
charming.
Smoke, we have a face for radio. So
exactly, exactly. Nobody wants to compete with.
Smoke that internet.
It's still bad.
That's
It's
better.
still
well,
bad
yeah,
right now.
it's
You
good right
need to
now.
stop
It's
just
good
a
right now. I
minute.
don't know.
All
Yeah.
right, cool. Yeah, I was saying
All
nobody
right.
wants to compete with those lips.
Uh-oh. Counterpunch.
Yeah. Counterpunch to you. For real. It's true. I know. I thought I'd brighten it up because I'm quite tired today. I don't know if you can tell my energy is a bit low, but it will pick up. I'm here to listen, and so Kurt. This is Kurt, by the way, from Counterpunch Boxing News GTS, and
Yeah, no, Kurt
yeah.
De Ville. I've been, I've commented on this thing before. It's been a while, maybe a year ago since I've been over there, but said a couple things. We exchanged a couple of words in the live.
Good. So, Kurt, do you want to chime in on anything about the initial number one numero uno excuse that
Well, I
was
mean,
given? Or
we'll see. The thing is, the point is, it's not because I think it's nitpicky at the point where you say, well, that's not the reason he lost versus look. The reason he lost was the style, the technique. Those are the reasons he lost.
Mhm.
Okay. Now, if
Yeah.
he wants to admit that or not, that's on him. But us as spectators, fans, you see what he used in his words. Only he can be accountable for. Nobody else. Nobody else can be accountable for what we think he meant. No, it's what he said. When someone asked him a question, well, why couldn't you think you did this and that? See, my big thing with Wilder was when you hit Fury in the first round and then you hit him again in the second round, he did a lot better than he did the first fight. It took him 9 rounds, or should I say 8 rounds, to do what he eventually did, okay? By hitting him and catching him with the right and dropping him. Well, he caught him in the first fight, in the second fight, in the first round, and he didn't knock him down. So I'm like, okay, well, what happened to the power? What's the deal with him? Because though the punches weren't giving the same effect as they were before, right? And I know he was swinging for the fences, but it was a nice shot. He hit him right to the temple. He didn't hit him on the kisser, anything like that. He hit him right to the temple. But Fury was still there. Maybe it grazed, maybe he went with it. But what was the question? The question, well, why couldn't you do what you normally did? Well, I think the costume was too heavy. So when people do that, of course they're going to run with it. That's what people do. So that's expected. But then he gave them that to run with. And people laughed that shit out of the park. They did. And then I think what it is, people had to do damage control because they even admitted. Smoke, what do you think about that first comment, that the uniform excuse, the costume excuse? What do you think about that initially when you heard it?
All right. So initially I thought everybody's calling it an excuse, and that doesn't sound like an excuse to me, right? It's the same thing that you guys keep framing it as an excuse. But the issue for me is, if what he is saying is true, is it an excuse?
I mean, was it true though? Do you believe that?
No, I'm asking you. Like, only that guy knows, right? Only he's in his body. If a guy asks you why didn't you feel like,
maybe it was true.
I'm asking. I'm like, here's the thing. Let me. If a guy asks you why didn't we see the normal, why didn't we see the normal Wilder that we're used to seeing? Did Fury hurt you? And you go, no, it wasn't Fury that hurt me. I wasn't feeling myself because of this other thing, and that's what you think. Are you making an excuse?
Okay, so that's the thing. Stu, do you think he believed what he said?
Yes.
Oh,
I think that he believes that, regardless of regardless of if that's the case.
Okay, so you don't think at any time when those punches were dropping him down, when he dropped from the body punch, he wasn't hurt. When he got hit in the first knockdown, he wasn't hurt at all. So you think his legs contributed?
I think that
you think his legs
So here's the, right. So the question is, all right. So do I think?
Do you think that
he was affected by the punches that got him?
Dude, just answer the question.
Right,
do you think that the punches hurt?
I think so. And do I think Fury hurt him? Yes, I think Fury hurt him in the fight.
Okay, all right, cool.
Okay,
but
the
question,
Smoke, hold on,
again, you guys are answering a different question.
Smoke. Hold on.
Yeah,
let's back up. Let's back up. Let's back up. Look. So what you're saying is you don't believe what Wilder said, because he said they didn't hurt me at all.
No, the question, and let's keep it in context, Kurt. The question is, why didn't we see you look the way that we're used to seeing you? Was it because you were hurt? Not whether or not you were hurt at all.
That one we agreed that, that's what he felt, that's not what he felt that cost him the fight. But what made him feel not himself was that the on
Correct.
entry.
That he was hurt.
Yes. Okay. Right. So now him saying,
not that he was never hurt in the first place, right?
No. Wait.
I'm listening.
Yes.
I'm just trying to answer the question. There might be a delay too. There might be a delay.
There's always a delay with yous lot. When there's supposed to be a delay, there's no delay. When there's supposed to be a delay, there's no delay, and delays on delays. Delays on delays. I don't care. Let's just get through this, without everybody over talking each other. So I agree with what you're saying, Smoke. If that's what he felt, that costume made him feel his legs not work correctly, cool. So now where we're going is, he said after the fight, at the post-fight interview, that the punches didn't hurt him. This is within context, right? The punches didn't hurt him at all. Okay? So with the blood coming out of his ears and stuff like that, you're saying that you feel that the punches did hurt him. So therefore, there's a confliction of what you think, what he's told the truth, right? Because you're saying, by the looks of it, like with most people, it looks like he got hurt by those punches, right? So him then coming with so he lied. He either we saw it wrong, or he may be lying. You know what I'm saying? Because
okay. Here's the thing. This isn't about truth, right? This is about perception. From what I saw Tyson Fury punches hurt him, right? What he felt, he may not have felt the pain in his head, right? We can see the visible effects of him being hurt, but you're in the mid. If you've ever been in a fight, adrenaline's going. You might the next day you might see you have a missing tooth, but in the moment you don't feel the punch, right? He could not have felt the pain, but from what I saw, I saw what I thought was an injured fighter, and I thought it was a good stoppage.
Well, Smoke, to add to that, to be fair, anytime you get hit in the head, that's cerebral, so you're not going to feel it like a body punch or a punch to the arm or a leg or any part of your body. So it's going to be different.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
It doesn't have to rise to the level of I know the truth and Deontay Wilder's lying, right?
No, it's just sometimes you just want to, because everybody just kind of wants to fucking move on. Let's have it right. This is 2021 out here. The fight happened this time last year, and we're still hearing more excuses and excuses. If we had nothing more after maybe the first stupid costume thing, we would have all left it and gone about our damn business. But to be fair, he left it for 10 months and said nothing until his contract was expired, and then Tyson Fury was going about his well-earned business. Yeah. Then we heard, like I said, you guys, when you're not supposed to be delayed, you're mad delayed, because he should have spoke previously to that 9 months before he came out. So we're all ready to move on. We haven't heard from Wilder for 9 months. The whole boxing community's cool. All right, cool. Let's just move on. And then, bam, when the contract is so-called expired, then we hear all this talk. This is why it's all been rehashed. Don't blame us just speaking about it. We wanted to be done with it. So we're speaking about it because he keeps coming out with more things. And more things and more things upon more things. So we're just here to debunk and speak about it. It's not about who tells the truth and who's not. We'll never know who tells the truth. We'll never know who's lying. But you can gauge pretty much, like, while we go through the debunking, you'll see, I'm sure, things that you may think, oh, that actually does make sense. Because there was something that you just said to me. How do we know that the uniform didn't make his legs feel weak? Cool. I can go with that. So I just prefer everybody like you to be open-minded and listen, and don't be so shut in the door in the face and go, oh, everything is in perception and in context. Yeah, everything is in perception in context. And when everything is banged to rights and said and audios is leaked, all of a sudden the narratives are always rewritten. Quickly, you lot getting no. What can we do? What can we do? Like, we're calling a big meeting. We need to come up with something else because our leader is failing here. We're done with it, so we're just going to debunk it and we're going to move on.
Well, I'll tell you this: there's some truth to what you're saying, lady. But there are just lies too. They're just people lying.
Lying.
And I'm going to tell you this, and let me add to this though. The reason why I say that is because. Smoke, you believe, well, I believe the costume did affect his legs. Okay, well, all right, well, what about the fireman costume that he had jumping around in? That was 50 to 100 pounds. That shit is 50 to 100 pounds. And if anybody that knows anything about firemen, okay, I was actually, maybe I was in the early 20s, but I was going to become a fireman. And you need a lot of stuff. And then, I put on that shit's heavy. It's a lot heavier than 46 pounds. The guys that created that costume said it was 46 pounds because, in fact, when they heard about the excuse or the reason, right? And I call it excuse because he lost. Reasons are for the winners, for me. But that's my philosophy. But anyway, they called him and he was like, no, it's not your fault. So he had to backtrack because he didn't want to really throw them under the bus like they thought he was. Because that's what it is. Hey, my costume was too heavy. And then they immediately thought, well, shit, we made it too heavy for him. So it affected his performance. But that's the first thing we have. We can only use what we got. That's all we had. The only thing you can say about a person that says, oh, man, the costume was too heavy. I mean, if he felt that way, for one, he shouldn't have said that. That's the last thing he should have said because people laughed at him. People thought that was humorous. And what would people think? I mean, what else would people think? You know, hey, did this man say his costume was heavy? That's why he felt that affected the fight. And see, whatever affected him during the fight, that's what aided him to lose. Okay, so that's why it's like nitpicking. Yeah. So technically, he's saying, oh, yeah, that's what helped me lose this fight. Because this costume was heavy and I came in, my legs were shaky because when they took it off, it felt like a weight was lifted, and in my back, it affected my back and my hips. And my hips, I couldn't twerk and turn. Like Ezel said, it was my neck. My neck, my back, my neck, and my back.
Yeah,
so it's one of those things, man. Where and then the problem is the lies. Because if he used it as an excuse or not, that's on him. But it's the lies. Oh, he didn't say it at all. Yeah, he did. Because, see, these things are just coming back out. See, when you keep lying, people are going to keep finding truths, especially when things are not the way it used to be. Things that used to be, hey, don't talk about this. Don't talk about that. What's the big issue now? The big issue is it's like damn near the statute of limitations are kind of uplifted because these people that have been fired. You got Mark Breland. Then his son has come forward. Then you got other people that are coming out saying, hey, you know what? This didn't really happen the way people thought it did. You had sparring partners saying this and that, contradicting this and that from what I've heard. Tay Jones told me. This ain't shit I heard. Tay Jones told me. If you want to look at that, he say, man, that never happened.
Yeah.
Deontay Wilder never said that. Yeah. You can watch that right now. See, these things are lies.
Know the lies.
You can call it what it is, but what it is at the end of the day is lies. You can call it damage control. You can call it whatever, but it was a lie. Yeah. Like, hey, yeah. But so the question you ask yourself, if you want to throw Fury under the bus, like, hey, man, I think Fury cheated. If he cheated back then, he could cheat again. And once a cheater, always a cheater. Well, is once a liar, always a liar? So we can assume that. So because people are busy reaching for shit that, may or may not be there.
Right.
So it's one of those things, man, where you look at it and you're like, hey, what did Wilder say? He either said it or he didn't. There's people saying that he did not say it. And it was that was one of the basis of defending Wilder. Like, he never complained at all. And in complaining is making excuses. Right? Do you think making excuses? Right, so what do you call an excuse? Smoke. What do you call an excuse?
Okay, so let me. I'll answer your question, right? But you made 3 points and then asked me a question. So let me go through your 3 points, then I'll answer your question.
Yes, sir.
Right. So the first thing is the weight of the uniform, right? That could be why he stupidly thought, because he's done these workouts. Maybe that's why he stupidly thought he could have something that heavy, and it would not affect him going to a professional. Sounds dumb to me. I think one of the things that he actually took responsibility for was the fact that he didn't prep in the uniform beforehand and understand how it was heavy and how that might affect his performance, right? And it wasn't just the weight of the costume. He also spoke about the mask, and that's the whole thing about Parsons' argument. That it seems like people are fixating on whether or not it's a truth or a lie.
Smoke.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, your internet. Your internet.
Go ahead. I'll come back.
Yeah.
No, I'm coming out. I was just having to go in the room I was in. That's all.
Oh,
okay.
So here we go. There you go. I'll come to a different part of the house.
It sounds a lot better. Sounds a lot better.
The weight of the. All right. So here we go. So, right. So when it comes to the weight of the costume, I believe, and whatever the you know, well, not just that, right? The entire costume. The fact that he didn't understand how it would affect him, I believe that he took full responsibility for that. Said that was my bad. I should have done that. I should have prepped it better, right? So that's just that part of it. The difference between, and I'll just answer your question right now. The difference between an excuse and a lie, right? Lie is a falsehood with the intent to deceive. An excuse is a way to lay blame onto something else so that you don't accept responsibility for the negative outcome. So if you say
Right.
that
All right,
it's
so there
because
was
of the
lies
suit,
and
right?
excuses.
If he's saying that it's because of the suit, and he's saying that the reason why the suit affected him was all his fault, that sounds like taking responsibility for the suit, right? So even if he put the suit as the reason why he lost, he put the reason that the suit even was the issue on himself. He didn't put it on Mark Breland. He didn't put it on JD's. He didn't put it on the costume makers. He put it on himself, right? So when it comes to Tay Jones, right? So and we'll have to you can pull up where Tay Jones, if he said that Wilder never uttered those words, or maybe
Uh-huh.
Tay Jones is talking, is also being taken out of context and saying he didn't mean what he said when he said those things, right? So you'd have to put up those words. But it seems awfully weird to me that Kevin Iole would need to re-release the statement because Tay Jones said Wilder never said it, right? That seems to be a far stretch for me. So from what I heard Deontay Wilder say that they took him out of context. I heard several channels say that he took him out of context. So I don't know why you would
Yeah,
have
just
to do
provide the
a
link. Just provide the links for all of that so I can have a listen.
yeah, exactly. So, right. So
Yeah.
there we go. So we don't have to do these amorphous
Yeah, yeah, no,
man
you're
said
gonna
this
give me the
whole
link.
thing, right?
Yeah,
But
no, you're giving
since
the links
we were
again,
talking about that, right?
innit?
So yeah, I guess
Mm.
that's that part of it. When I mean,
What was the next bit? What was
what
the next
just to address what Lady Chann was saying when it comes
bit?
to the length of time that passed, right? So I believe so. He lost in February, right? The whole world got locked down over in stages, right? From basically a week after that fight all the way up until like really right now. And there was
Mm-hmm.
several things that happened in between those things. They tried to make the fight that kept getting postponed. It seemed to be nobody's fault. And then finally, Tyson Fury came out and said, "I've had enough." Tyson Fury's crowd said the contract is expired. Right. So all of this
No,
while
no.
yeah,
Wilder said he had a bicep surgery because his bicep was torn off the bone.
yes, but the bicep surgery had absolutely. There's no okay. So if there was a postponement because of a surgery, right? I think that both sides actually already agreed to that. The fallout happened when they
No, 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 no,
finally
no,
made.
no, no. Wait. So we didn't actually know if he actually had a surgery.
Okay,
He said his brother or his best friend Tay Jones said.
regardless of
Wait,
all, regardless of
no,
all
no,
that back.
no, 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 no. Oh, smoke. What did I say about over talking?
I was in the middle of a sentence, but I'm not. I'm the one being over talked.
Because you're moving over the timeline. So because you
Okay.
just jumped, you've jumped,
No, listen. Both of you guys layered
no,
your
no, no,
you dogpiled your argument. So I had to.
no, no, no. You just tried to quantum leap. Like let's keep
No,
it in
I'm
the.
not doing quantum leaps. You said something, and then Kurt said something. I
Yeah, but
addressed what
you
Kurt said.
went because
Okay,
listen,
okay,
smoke. It's because you. All right, go, because then we're gonna have to keep
okay.
going back and
Yes,
forth.
exactly.
If you don't
Let me
want to,
finish
if
my.
you don't want to stick to the timeline of lies,
Oh,
then
okay,
it's
okay,
gonna be
great.
that.
You can debunk my timeline after I'm done, right?
The-
So
No,
there
we
was a
won't debunk it after you're done. I'll debunk it when I say that you're done, and you'll keep a gap, and then we'll reply. Because this is not your show. You like
yeah,
to
whatever.
come on here being too rude. I'm gonna have to cut you down to size. Stop doing it. Because last time I let you run the fucking thing. Stop it. I'm a big woman. I've pushed out 3 kids out of my vagina. Stop. Okay?
Yeah,
All right.
hey,
So
listen, I am not coming after your ovary. Okay,
let's keep it a buck here. Yeah, no over talking, no rude, because I'll just mute you like I had to do before, and I hate doing that because it's demoralizing. Stop it. So we won't stop. We won't. You say your bit. We won't go through everything because we haven't got time to go back and forth. I was just trying to make it a bit shorter before us having to go all the way back because it's just convenient that you've gone all the way to the end of the timeline and there's so much shit in the middle. But yeah, go ahead. And when I'm ready, I'm just going to cut you. So go ahead.
okay, I'm not coming after your ovaries. But when you say no over
You
talking,
can't
apparently
have
that's
them.
just me. Okay,
You can't have them.
I'm not
Go.
going after your ovaries.
Go.
So right, I'm all good with pushing out babies. I raised 3 myself, right? My youngest is turning 18.
Let's go. Let's go, Smoke. You didn't push him out. Let's go. Everything is a debate with you guys. I pushed them out. You raised them. Kudos. Let's go.
Right. So I was addressing the fact that you said it went on for 9 months without him saying anything. So I was addressing the 9 months. I wasn't going all the way back. I didn't go back 9 years. I went back to I'm making addressing the statement that you made about him not saying anything for 9 months. What was happening during that 9 months? First thing, the context that I think divide was the fact that 9 months was during a worldwide shutdown. So all of boxing started to shut down in layers, and they tried to make the fight several times, but the world didn't open up. Maybe during that section there was some surgery. Regardless of what happened, both sides actually agreed to those postponements. The issue came when they tried to make a date, and the networks said no. Right? Because at that point all of sports was coming back at the end of the first part of the lockdown. So they put a date out. The networks rejected the date. At which point Fury said, "I've had enough. I'm going to move on." And that is
Real
when
quick
Wilder came out.
question.
Yeah,
Smoke,
go ahead.
question real quick.
Yep.
Which networks, which networks had a problem?
I believe it was Fox, but it could have been Fox and ESPN. But it's a Bob Arum quote. Like I can pull up the link. Like once I'm
Right.
right. So I'll show you. So even Bob Arum came out and said Wilder's just a victim of COVID of the time, right? And that's cool. That's what Bob's take was. That's what Fury's take was. However, Team Wilder had a different idea about this whole idea about the contract being canceled. He said, "Hold up, Bob. That's a novel take, but we actually going to take this to we're going to actually exercise one of our contract clause stipulations. This contract that everybody insists that is expired. They're now going through. First, it was arbitration, and then mediation, then arbitration, right? So that right there, the fact that you'd have to go through mediation and arbitration, definitely is an indication for anybody who understands this that the contract is not expired, right? Because or else they would be in court, not in arbitration. Right. So there's a first thing that's something smelling kind of fishy here. The other part of this is that Bob Arum is now the guy coming out and saying that they have no leg to stand on. You know who does that? You know who makes that decision? The judge of the arbitration, who we have not heard from. So this idea that the contract is expired is an idea that is coming from one side, right? And they have the dispute. They're perfectly reasonable. It's perfectly reasonable for them to feel however they feel. However, there's still a process to which to determine who is correct, and they're doing that process right now.
Between the mediation and the arbitration, right?
Right. So the it's mediation then arbitration. Mediation happens. I don't know if you guys have gone through this process at all.
You don't need to
Yeah.
break
I know
down.
what the mediation is.
Smoke. You don't need it. Anytime we need to break down, we'll ask if we don't get something.
No, yeah, it's just bad. It's just if the two sides can't come together, they make them talk, and then if they can't figure it out, then the judge.
We know what it is, babe.
Okay, cool.
I just went to you. If there's
so I
something
didn't
that we don't know, we'll ask. We know what mediation and we know what arbitration is.
Right, so that's where they're at. That's where they're at, and so even though the Fury side, the Fury team is coming out and saying they don't have a leg to stand on, the contract is expired, all of this stuff. That actually has been, that it's not for them to determine. It's actually for somebody else to determine that hasn't determined that yet.
You do know go on, sorry, Kay. Go.
Well, I mean, Shelly Finkel's already came out and said, well, they're going to arbitration, right?
Yeah,
they're going to sue
right now.
He just said that, so you can't say they're still in mediation.
Yeah.
You can't say they're in mediation when Shelly Finkel's already went to sue. I know what arbitration means. That's when you're going to sue somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Am I right or am I wrong? Am I right or am I wrong?
You're wrong. The mediation and arbitration is how do you come to an understanding about a dispute, right? So
that's a mediation, right?
No, but
what's an arbitration?
It's a two-step process. The mediation is when the two parties get together and they try to figure it out amongst themselves. If they cannot figure it out themselves, then the judge it moves to arbitration, and the judge makes a decision on it.
Mm-hmm. But the mediation was never, which was already spoken by Wilder and his team, that the mediation wasn't for the third fight. The mediation was for the money because the third fight wasn't happening. So they went to mediation to mediate and negotiate how much Tyson Fury, if negligent, how much he should pay. And obviously they couldn't come to an agreement of that. So it's moved on to arbitration, and Deontay Wilder has pressed it to arbitration, and therefore there's going to be a ruling of how much money, if any money, is to be given. And that's only if that has been found fault on the Tyson Fury team. And if it's found that Tyson Fury, if it's found that the initial contract was, it had an expiration date and didn't cover for an act of God clause, or maybe it did cover for an act of God clause, but then after that, a specific amount of time, if that hasn't been executed by Team Wilder, then Team Wilder are negligent, and arbitration will state they will have no damages paid to them. It was never done for a third fight.
Right. So apparently, that's not what Team Wilder is saying. Okay, but that's not what Team Wilder is saying. Team Wilder is saying that they're going to arbitration for the third fight. Right. So there's another dispute. There's another dispute. Shelly is not saying. Shelly is not saying. Right. Shelly is not saying. What was the last
thing Shelly said? Where did you get your source from?
Right. So it was a direct quote from Shelly Finkel saying that they feel very strong about their case and it's about the third fight.
Provide the link.
Okay, cool. We'll do.
Now, if you can.
Yeah, no, I'm looking it up right now.
Okay, thanks. I saw something muy interesante on YouTube. Muchos contragolpes, ¿sí? Anyway, we could.
I can listen and do this at the same time.
Yeah, of course. As long as you can multitask. So because you guys can spin off multiple lies, so you must be able to multitask at least. But Scotty, when we was talking about what was the thing? When he was talking about his bicep torn off the bone. Remember that came verbatim from Tay Jones's mouth, right?
Yeah, I remember that. Yep.
So this is two parts. Did he ever have an operation for that at all? Yay or nay? Because regardless, if he had an operation for it, he was never going to be ready for the fight anyway. And do you understand? And what we all found, fact, with that level of member of the bicep coming off the bone, it's at least, what was it, like a 10-month healing process? Do you remember?
Well, yeah, if it was off the
bone.
Well, yeah. Like he said, it was off the bone. So if it's off the bone,
right. So you're saying that, right? So neither team at this point have said anything. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Neither side at this point are saying anything about a bicep injury being the issue. The issue seemed to be the breaking point seemed to be about this the networks not agreeing to date. That was supposed to be last year, right? That was the final tipping point where both sides went left. And then Wilder came out, made his accusations, and apparently offended Tyson Fury to the point where Tyson Fury says he doesn't want to fight him.
Sorry, I was like, I didn't even listen. I'm not going to lie. Sorry. Did you listen to that, Kurt? Oh, sorry. I literally started looking at comments and so dark. Did you
but no, you said the last thing was the networks couldn't get together, right?
Yeah, oh yeah, that's what you said. The network said
yeah. Like neither side is saying that citing the surgery as a reason why the fight didn't happen. both sides are citing the fact that the networks didn't agree to the date, and that's why the fight didn't happen.
Yeah, well,
That's what neither like that part of.
Yeah, there isn't any proof that any surgery occurred. There isn't any proof that he actually had a bicep injury. He did say that he had the bicep injury. He got that during camp or whatever, and there's no way that you can enter a fight with a bicep injury which the bicep is torn off the bone. You wouldn't be able to throw one punch. You wouldn't be able to even have lifted your arm. So that already we already knew that was a lie. So
here's the main thing though. The main thing is, when did he have it? When did he have the injury? Forget when he had the surgery. It doesn't matter when he had the surgery. It's when did he have it? Because it's like this. It's supposed to have been in camp. It's supposed to have been of the fight. What did Wilder say?
Camp.
Didn't Wilder make a PBC interview like that one he had back then, and then they asked him about the bicep? Smoke, you remember that one? Smoke.
Yeah, sorry. There we go. Yes. He's had several injuries. I just don't understand why we're going down this thing. Right.
Because we're going down it because we're going down it, Smoke. You can't pick the big things that we're going to go down.
Yeah, but I mean, he's asking me if I saw it. He's asking me if I saw an interview about a bicep injury. I don't know. Maybe he only
had 2 interviews last year. So the one he had with PBC after the loss. I'm just asking you, do you remember seeing that one?
No, I mean, I saw him have more than 2 interviews last year. That's firstly. I mean, we're just not operating from the same group of facts. So I'm not quite sure if both teams are saying that the shoulder injury had nothing to do with the fight not happening. I don't know why we're trying to make the shoulder injury a reason why the fight didn't happen.
No, there wasn't a shoulder injury. It was a bicep injury.
We got injury, any kind of injury.
No. Any kind of injury.
It can't be any kind of injury because that's not the point.
I'm saying neither side is citing an injury as the reason why the fight didn't happen.
Okay, well, his side cited that we're not talking about the injury due to why he lost. We're saying that he made up or seemed to have made up an injury to say that he went into the fight at a disadvantage because he said he obtained a bicep injury, which the bicep was torn off the bone, and when he went into the fight. So So I just did my due diligence and made sure that I could find out all different levels of bicep injuries that are torn off the bone because there's different, obviously, injuries. Different.
Well, Smoke also.
Wouldn't have been able to.
His friend Tay Jones told me that he was off the bone.
Yeah.
So, but he told me he went into that. He told me he went into that fight with that injury.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Now, see, Wilder said he got that. Well, what I'm saying is, Wilder said in that interview to PBC Fox, he said that I acquired that injury and at the fight. His sparring partner said it wasn't really that big of a deal to even have a surgery. You see what I'm saying? So there's another
Junior Fa, right?
With that. Junior Fa, exactly.
Yeah.
So, and then Shelly Finkel said that no. He had a whole different story. So if you got 4 different people, Wilder, Tay Jones, Junior Fa, Shelly Finkel, all Team Wilder, or all affiliated with Wilder, rather, because Tay Jones is not an official, team.
Just his best friend.
Just his best friend.
Junior Fa is the fighter that's going to be fighting.
Well, Junior Fa, what he's asking, baby, is Junior Fa. He was the sparring partner of Wilder for the fight, for the Fury fight. Yeah, he was the sparring partner. Mm-hmm. So he sparred Wilder to get Wilder prepared for Tyson Fury.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? In each report, everything was different. Okay, that doesn't have anything to do with the fight. You're right, it doesn't. Not having the third fight, but everything evolved around the second fight. That's what that's added to the costume. And the costume was too heavy, but you're wearing a fireman outfit. You're running around, you're moving with it. So even if he believed it or not, or whatever, or Fury can punch or not, so it has everything to do with excuses. So really to take ownership, I think the costume, he would rather allude to the costume rather than to admit Tyson Fury can punch him and hurt him, because the narrative was that Fury can't punch, right? And then, of course, what would help Fury punch harder would be him to tamper with the gloves. So, we have a lot of those things that are hidden because people are trying to hide facts or hide truths. So that's the whole point.
Yeah, so that was one thing. Yeah.
Okay, so the controversy around an injury going into the fight. I do remember that there was supposed to be some injury that happened before. I don't remember the exact details of it.
I remember the exact details. You just said it to you. Yeah,
I remember that you just told me that, but I'm talking about I don't remember it at the time. Like I remember what you just said, right? My memory, my short-term memory is just fine. It wasn't. It's just
a long-term memory.
It's really the fact that Wilder is prone. He's injury prone. He said this at least 3 different times that he went into a fight with an injury, got injured in camp.
Right.
So it went as white noise to me that he was saying it wasn't that important. Even when he was knocking out Dominic Breazeale, he was saying he went into that fight, with an injury, right?
You don't go into a fight with a bicep torn off the bone. That's all we're saying anyway. But
I got it. Right. Listen, I understand what you guys are saying. It seems to me that you guys are concluding that Wilder's lying because he says a whole bunch of stuff that you don't believe, right? And I understand that is your conclusion, right? Like I get that you guys, right? Okay, because both of you guys are saying he's lying, right? Both of you guys. So when I say you guys, it's because the 2 of you are saying he's lying. Okay,
hold on. I said,
is anyone else going to hold on when I say hold on? I don't understand why
you're not holding though. You're not holding though.
I'm going to be 50 years old in 2 weeks.
You're constantly talking. I
know because I was talking. That's why. So why I got to hold up when I'm the one talking?
Oh, well, go ahead. You go ahead because I was trying to add to that. But if you're talking and you won't let no one else talk, how can we talk with you?
Okay. When you were talking, I didn't say hold up. I just let you finish and then rebutted to what you said. Why is that a problem?
No, it's not a problem. It's just the thing is when I said hold up, you said you're guys. That means I have a problem with what you said. So if you can remember when I said hold up, that's fine. Go ahead and talk. Because you said I concluded with I said Wilder was a liar. You said said he's a liar.
I said you guys have jumped. You guys have concluded that Wilder's lying based on the information that you have available. Right, the information.
That was a lie. That was one of the lies.
Well, was a lie. Right, based on the information, based on conflicting reports coming out of the camp. Right, that is what you're basing. That.
Yeah. You just.
You guys talk. Go ahead. You guys talk. I'm going to go on mute. You guys.
I mean, I was talking to you, Smoke, but it's, I don't know why would you go on mute? Why would you mute yourself? Because I was answering your question. I mean, is that
because
it?
Because I can't actually without somebody interrupting me. That's why. We're not going to talk over each other. You won't let me get a word out. So I'm just going on mute and you guys talk. And then when you're done,
listen. Hold on. Your problem is you don't know how to stop when someone else is talking. You think you can just talk without listening. So when you say something that makes me think you don't listen because you can't stop. You can't have a conversation when someone speaks. You can't say, "Hey, all right, let me let you speak," and then you speak. You can't do that, can you?
No.
If I can get my thoughts out uninterrupted, I would be very grateful. But if I can't do that, I'm just going to go on mute. I'm just going to go on mute, and you guys do your thing.
Go.
But you can't do that.
Say it.
But hold on, baby. Hold on. Do you see what I let you do? I let you speak. I didn't keep speaking just because I wanted to keep talking. You see what I'm saying? So when I talk, it's okay. I mean, you don't, unless you just can't. Now, if you can't, like if you just got to keep talking and say what you got to say before you forget what you say, that's fine. But what I'm saying is you said that, were you finished when you said, okay, well, you guys have all these things concluded with that? Do you have anything else to say about that? Smoke.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have anything else to conclude with that?
Do you have anything to conclude? Right? You get your piece out.
No. You said you weren't done. You said you weren't done.
I know, but that didn't stop you from interrupting me, though. So say what you have to say, and then I'll speak.
Okay, so obviously you offended because I asked you a question. With that, I told you, well, hold on, because I didn't. You're saying what I said, or what we've said. I said something. This is what I'm going to say. Somebody's lying. That's what I'm going to say about that, because I knew I was lied to. I've never talked to Wilder Smoke, so I don't know what it had to do with. I know what the people in his camp said to me, and then other people contradicted that. Now you make that of what you will. So no, but go ahead.
Right. So if somebody in the camp told you, right, as I said, you concluded that there's
Right,
lying going on because of conflicting reports coming out of the camp. Is that a fair, accurate?
right.
Is that a fair description of what you're saying? Yes or no?
100. Yep.
Awesome.
Yes.
Great. So since I have a conversation with Jones, I can't speak to that. That's only on you, right? That's on you and how you conclude. I don't have a problem with your conclusion. That's the way that you have information that nobody else that only you have as a result of a conversation that only you had.
Oh, no. We have that information. I can't say I only have it. It was an interview conducted to the world, not just me. He said it to me, but everyone heard it.
Okay,
Everyone
cool.
has seen an interview with him,
Okay, cool. So let's all operate from the same group of facts. Drop the link, and if you can timestamp it, then we can speak on it.
No,
Because
that's a
at
kind
this point, I
of
can't. And by the way, I put the link to
Hello.
the Shelly Finkel thing in the back
Yeah, no, I
back.
got it. Yeah, I
Okay,
got
go
it. Thanks. I have it. I just saw it just now. What are we doing? Oh, okay. So what? So we're not disputing
No,
the
I
fact.
mean,
I thought
yeah, I
we.
mean, like I said, I was never trying to, I wasn't trying to debunk your conclusions, right? You guys, for whatever reason, have concluded that the dude is lying. Awesome, that is your prerogative, but it is still, listen, unless you absolutely know the truth, all you're doing is making an abductive argument. You're
Yeah, but
using
so do you guys make
right.
abduct
No,
argument?
actually,
You
I
lot
won't.
do it as well, though. Or yeah, or whatever, or the people whoever you represent. Because I'm sick of turning on the fucking TV and hearing you lot's fucking abductive fucking excuses and arguments. Have it right, yeah. Do you know what? I just can't even keep my mouth closed anymore. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, I don't care. Use lot of liars. Use lot of delusional. You're part of it as well when you're ready. Get this smoke, GTS. Yeah, and you need to fucking take a seat, take several fucking seats, and listen. And stop because you went to your fucking little private school throwing out your fucking little toys out of the pram round here because it doesn't work round here. Okay, so we are going to debunk, and we are going to. If you don't like the lies, tell your leader stop fucking spewing them. Until he stops spewing them, we'll be here to debunk them, my G. Don't
Okay.
fucking
Like I said, all right. So I'm not.
because what's good for the goose is good for the motherfucking gander. Don't try and say here that people like us are sitting around fucking telling lies and thingies. When I turn on the TV and I see you stupid little barbershop fucking people chatting shit about my friends and talking about people are this and people are that and that. No, I'm not having it. I'm afraid. I'm not having it. And you stepped up to the guillotine, my G. So like you repped him. So you can't be selective now. I'm telling you the truth and nothing but. And I don't have to swear on no goddamn Bible to tell the fucking truth or Quran out here, yeah? So I'd wish you would come with the same mantra and stop trying to act like you're so more holier than thou and that we are fucking chatting shit and you are telling the truth. You're not, because everything that we're telling you and we're meeting it with actually proof. We are going by what is put out there. The man over here, my man Kurt De Ville, is telling you that Deontay Wilder's best friend Tay Jones has said X, Y, and Z, and we've told you verbatim, and you still want to challenge. No, it doesn't work. We're not time stamping shit. We will give you the link and you can watch the whole fucking interview. We're sick of making shit proper for you guys. We're sick of making things so it's all good and convenient for you guys. We're not doing it. We'll give you the link and you just watch the interview. That's it. It's verbatim. it's non-discuss. It's not open for discussion when something is verbatim. Okay, so another thing that is fact, the type of injury that he said was off the bone bicep tear. We already had our good brother Showbiz the adult who had a bicep off the bone injury, right? Not a bicep tear, not a torn ligament, off the bone is what we was told, right? So he had that exact same injury. You can't throw no punch with that. That takes, and we checked with medics, yeah? Unless you trump medics, then I don't want to hear nothing, because that takes a minimum of 10 months to see any healing, okay? So if he actually acquired that injury in camp before the second fight, you wouldn't have been able to fight in the second fight. Even though you didn't fight in the fucking second fight, you got beat up. Yeah, let's have it right. So you may as well have pulled out the fight then and made the lie look good. So what we're trying to tell you is that is one of many a lie. So this is why I was telling you, I don't want to make you go too far across the fucking timeline that we're going to have to keep fucking bringing you and reining you back in. So that is the second thing that he said after the fucking suit shit, okay? He said he went into the fight, yeah, with a bicep torn off the bone. No, you didn't, because I've just explained to you, unless you don't get it, and I'm sure you're quite intelligent, that what I just said, why he couldn't have gone into that fight with an off-the-bone bicep tear, okay? So stop fucking with me and listen, because you said a point initially in the beginning and I listened and I got you. So don't sit down here now and say, oh, I'm sorry, and we're not having it. Not round here, love. Don't do it. Treat people with fucking respect. Don't throw your fucking private school toys out this motherfucking pram. I went public school. It don't work here.
Okay. I am listening to you. I am actually responding to you guys. Apparently, you think I'm a representative of a whole bunch of people.
No, we don't.
I don't know who I'm supposed to be.
You're quick to run your mouth. You're quick to run your mouth and represent. If you didn't want to represent, you should have been quiet and shut your mouth and said, you know what, they've got some points. Not talking about me, just in general. But you're so close-minded. You're so close-minded when it comes to your Deontay Wilder. So close. He's the greatest thing since sliced bread. No way could he have lost. No way. No way. Especially not to a white guy. No way. Not our king, not our leader. So no.
So if you've ever made me, if you ever heard me say, if you ever heard me say any kind of, if you ever heard anything like that come out of my mouth?
Yeah. No.
Okay, when? Please, what did I say? Because I'm confused now. I'm thoroughly confused.
I've heard it come out. We'll have to go, guys. Go check out my heavyweight thing. Yeah, my heavyweight program. Smoke came in and graced us with his presence.
Yeah. Right now, I don't know what it is you're referring to, but I'll tell you this. I'm responding to you.
The last show.
I'm responding to what
you was representing on that show. You said you didn't know that you was a representative, so I'm just letting you know that you was a representative, fine and dandy on that show. I wasn't a representative, fine and I've never represented anybody. You represented though, so therefore I didn't have all of my because I didn't go into that show making it a Deontay Wilder show. The show was called The Heavyweights, so we was talking about heavyweights and we was touching on different things. Then you came through on there, obviously, and continued and spoke about Deontay Wilder. And then I, as usual, expressed my opinion and what I was saying about what's been happening with Deontay Wilder, because we can't talk about any fucking fights for the geezer, because the geezer won't fucking fight, yeah? Because he's too busy sitting in his fucking house, fucking chatting shit and spinning conspiracy theories. Yeah, so we was talking about Mark Breland. You came in and said, oh, I'm sorry that Deontay Wilder doesn't live to the standards that you want him to live, and he doesn't do this. You was rude on that show, Smoke. You was rude. You overspoke me. I barely got a word in edgeways. So, and I didn't have all of, I was kind of blindsided because I wasn't on to do a fucking Deontay Wilder show. So when you came in like that, like a fucking hurricane, I didn't have everything X, Y, Z. Today I'm ready. I got my fucking time today.
Okay, so I'm glad we have time because I wasn't sure when you invited me to come on to the show.
I
I
was
didn't know what.
inviting you thinking that you would actually have some
Okay,
sense.
am I ever going to be able to finish a
Wow,
single
it's
thought?
horrible when people
Yes or no? All right.
It's
So here's the
horrible.
thing. There's a lot of gish galloping going on, and actually a
No,
lot of
it's
misrepresent
horrible.
and a lot
It's horrible.
there's a lot of misrepresenting my position. And
No,
also I
it's
came
not
on
misrepresenting your position.
also when I came onto your show, I also spoke about the heavyweights, just like everybody else. I didn't come on there to speak about Wilder.
Eventually, we
But anyway, to get back to the actual subject that we're talking about, when I
did.
say that you guys have said he's a liar, is because I'm talking to the people on the panel. I don't know about these phantom other. I'm not talking about everybody who's thinks the way that you guys think. I'm talking to you, the only people who are on the panel. So I would appreciate
Fine, you
if
can call me you guys. I
I'd
don't mind.
appreciate if you're going
Well,
to.
no, I don't mind you calling me you guys. I don't
No,
mind. I just think there was something specific that I didn't say, and then you said you guys for Kurt. Like, so I think that I don't know. I think Kurt was just going to specify, but you didn't actually let him finish it. So it doesn't matter now. Yeah. So
right. So anyway, the point is, I cannot speak to this amorphous group that you think I am representing. I can only represent my own position and my own thoughts. We can have these discussions about what these other people think. And and when it comes to the timestamp, the only reason I said timestamp is so that I don't have to watch the whole video and then we can talk
watch
about
it
what
all.
Kurt is
It's
saying. Because at this point, I've never seen it. Right. So if you want me to
watch it
discuss it
all
during
then.
the course of this, if
Oh,
you want to discuss what he said during the course of this show, it's
yeah.
probably going to have to be
Got you.
timestamped. I'm imagining that it's going to be
Yeah.
kind of a long interview, right?
Hey, do you reckon you can speak to Smoke, and I'll try and find it on the
Yeah.
part. Put it on De Ville.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Kurt. I don't know where Kurt's gone. Kurt.
He probably had something to do right quick.
No,
Let
he's
us
still
try.
there. My people don't just log off and go away. You can clearly see he's still on there. You can
No,
clearly
no.
see. You can clearly see he's still on there.
Oh, wait. Hold on a second.
Yeah, there you are. We can hear you now.
Yeah.
I know. Hang on.
No, he left. No, he dropped by mistake. Probably hit the wrong button.
I'm gonna find it, Smoke. You make me sweat.
No, it's all good. It's literally it's all good. So for me, right? And just just for
I just want
as
you
a
to learn
just
sometimes that
no,
people lie.
it's all good. It's all good.
Yeah,
I just want to make
sometimes
sure.
all
I
it
just want to
is.
make sure I'm addressing what you're saying, right? So that we
Yeah,
can have a
sometimes,
civil
yeah,
back and forth. So
yeah.
I
Sometimes it's just
for
good to
me
say, do you know
right.
what,
So
Shan? Sometimes
right.
people lie.
Okay, I got it. You are really fixated on the fact that. Do you think that I'm
No, I'm
lying?
not.
Let me ask you this,
I
Lady
don't
Chann. Do you
think
think that I'm lying? Do you think I'm lying?
no, I don't.
Yeah,
Do
okay,
you know
great.
what?
Great.
I
Great.
don't
So
think you're lying.
all
I
right,
just
great. So
think
we're
that you
both
could be slightly deluded,
okay.
babe.
Cool. Right. So that's cool.
That's all.
That you think I'm
Different
deluded.
from a lie.
Right. We can address that. We can see whether or not I'm deluded or whether or not what I'm saying is rooted in fact. Because
All
I'm
right,
actually
you.
because I'm actually not using
Okay,
abductive
so
reasoning at all. I'm using deductive
off
reasoning.
the bone at the last day of sparring, right?
Okay, now listen. All right. I'm time stamping you. Smoke, you hear me? You guys
Yes,
hear
Yeah.
me?
sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
You
All
know
right. Now
what?
look.
See, Kyle, you're gonna come right out of here about shut the fuck up, lady. Suck your fucking mum, fam. Yeah, that's what you can do. Suck your
What?
mum. Yeah.
What happened?
Out. This is the type of disgusting types of people that his fan base are about. You know, you don't see it with anybody else's fan base. You're thinking that you can chat to me like that about
Well,
shut
I
the
mean,
fuck up, lady. Like, no,
you
we're not
got
having it.
I
No.
mean, you got a lot of impulsive fans on,
Yeah,
from a
well,
lot of
they'll
people.
all be blocked impulsively.
Luckily, it was right at the beginning, so we went right for the nitty gritty. It's 3 minutes 8 seconds. Smoke, did you send me a link? Was that you just sent me that link?
No, I didn't see it.
No,
Okay, because
he said it.
that's what I was.
That
With
is
Shelly
to do
Finkel?
with what's the link you sent with Shelley Finkel saying something in it?
Yeah, Chann Finkel talking about they're going to mediation for the third fight,
Yeah.
not for just to get a paycheck.
No, you mean he'll fight him anytime, anywhere, like October 20th or something like that? That's what I was looking at. I thought that I could still click on the link with and then still be on the panel, but apparently I couldn't.
No.
It's
You got to copy it.
backstage, I know.
I'll take it and I'll give it you. We'll look at it after.
Okay, but no, it's it is because lady, I sent it to you, so it's the break.
Oh.
It's the but it's 3 minutes and 8 seconds. So just send it over to Smoke so you can take a look at it, listen to it.
Can you not play it just on audio here?
Of course, yeah, I can play it right now.
It's not going to get copyright strike. I'm not going to strike you.
It's my video.
Yours, yeah.
It's my interview.
Yeah,
I can't. Yeah. Hold on a second. Well, here it is. Here it is. All right.
And honestly, I don't believe that he actually knew how, I get to the certain extent of the injury was. You know what I mean?
Turn it up.
He's a warrior, man, and he wanted to fight and kept going. So, it wasn't the first time that he went into a fight with an injury. You know what I mean?
Right.
Whatever the case may be. So, he believed, like, he totally believes in himself. So that's what he did. So he did it. Some people may not agree because he went 100%, but it is what it is. That's his career.
Okay, so he tore it off the bone at the last day of sparring, right?
Yeah, it was the last day of sparring. And honestly, I don't believe that he actually knew how, I get to the certain extent of the injury was. You know what I mean? And I can also show you that after the fight with Fury, he did have surgery. He actually, had surgery Monday morning.
Okay.
That was 2 days after the fight. So he immediately went back into to the hospital. To get care.
Okay, Smoke. Did you hear that? You catch all that?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Okay. Well, it was torn off the bone, and see, I never had a bicep injury, but there's been people that have, and they said you can't push, you can't pull if you tore it off the bone. You know what I'm saying? So, but again, that's what.
Hello?
Yeah,
Okay, so
I'm here.
me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry. But no, that wasn't me. Because I interviewed Tay Jones, so it wasn't me that said. Because he was on the panel. I wasn't. Hey, you lying? No. I heard his story. He gave me his part through his perspective, and then after that came out, okay, Junior Fall was like, well, no, it wasn't that big of a deal. So you go from a not that big of a deal to tore off the bone. You know what I'm saying? Those are really two big extremes where you can't well, wait a minute. What the hell? You know what I mean? And like Tay Jones said, if that was the case, sorry, I'm trying to do two things at one time.
Do one thing. You men can't multitask.
Yeah, I know. I can't do it apparently. But you go from that to no, he didn't have this done. You see what I'm saying? It's a lot of conflicting situations. So basically, it was. Let me look up. Let me give you another one because in the same channel, Shelley Finkel denied what Junior Foss said. So I'm like, okay, well, what the hell is really going on here? You see what I'm saying? Like, not necessarily, oh, well, Wilder's a liar. If Wilder's lying, that means if he's telling people these lies, he need to tell somebody the truth. Because other people are saying what this other person is saying there's a lie. You see what I'm saying? So it's basically the whole thing is to get down to the truth. What really happened? We talked about the costume thing.
Yeah, we said conflicting. There's conflicting reports coming out of the camp. I think we got that, and I think that Illustrated beautifully. What I missed, and maybe you could replay, or you could just answer, was Tay Jones saying what Wilder told him, or was he giving a first-hand account what he thought?
Well, this is his account of that.
Okay,
He didn't.
it's
Yeah.
not this is not an issue of Wilder getting his story straight, right? This is what people in the camp are taking away from their own perception and speaking on what their first-hand experience is, right?
Right.
All right,
Absolutely.
cool.
So the question is, when we hear, because I don't know who you represent, so I'm not even gonna come at you like that. So you can only represent you as far as you're talking to me.
Mm-hmm.
So when you hear all these other things that took place, what do you think about that? What do you think about like the spike water and the gloves and all that? Because a lot of times you have, what do you think about that? What comes to mind?
Oh, all right. So when it comes to the spiked water, all right. So and the dent and a foreign and whether or not he had something in his gloves, right?
Right, right,
Both of those things, I believe, like Lady Sham, she referenced taking a medic's view, perception over boxing fans. I would just paraphrase, right? Just in your clip, I didn't hear any medics saying that it was torn off the bone. So I would
right.
say point that out. But what Wilder is saying was when it came to his head injury, that the doctor said that it wasn't
Uh-huh.
consistent with boxing. And he also said that he, in his exit talk screen that he had after the fight, that they found traces of a muscle relaxer in his body, like some substance that acts as a muscle relaxer in his body. And he doesn't know how it got there. Now, whether or not all of that is true, right? For that,
Where did
that's
you
just
hear
what I
that?
think. So it makes me think.
Smoke.
I heard it.
Where did you hear that?
Uh,
We've seen the VAR already.
we
We've
heard
seen the
it
VAR.
right. It's what Wilder. It's part of the Wilder accusation, right? That's what when he came out and said, finally after 9 months, we just talked about, he made the interview and he made all the accusations. That's what he said. This is the things that he said. He said he had some sort of substance in his bloodstream. How to get there? He said the doctor said his head was dented, and that doesn't happen in boxing. That's not consistent with boxing. How does that happen, right? So, for me, the
Right.
questions becomes what is the expertise of the doctor, and
Mm-hmm.
let's see the talk screen. Just even
Right.
if the substance was there, that doesn't mean that it doesn't speak to how it got there, right. So to me, you still have some more lifting to do to put it on breathing.
You're going
Yeah,
funny again.
that's
The
it. Like
internet.
when it comes to
Your net's going funny. It's breaking up a
sorry.
little bit.
How about
No,
now?
but go ahead.
Better?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's good.
yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So, to me, it comes down to does the doctor have any idea about what they're talking about when it comes to it being consistent with boxing? Have they seen many boxers? Are they given a credible opinion? Right. So then,
Right.
and then that speaks somewhat to something needs to happen. If he's getting injured in fights and it doesn't seem like it's consistent with injuries you'd see in a boxing fight or boxing match, why is that? Why is that the case? Right? Because we don't want it. Because for me, it's an issue of fighter safety, not about trying to parse out the truth. Because I don't think we're going to get there. I think we're just going to wind up talking about what we believe about the facts, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, so this traces of tranquilizer. See, this is the first time I've ever heard this. Where did this come from?
Let's make it up.
Don't no idea.
It come from
I
I mean,
nowhere.
mean,
all right. Where'd you hear it?
from Wilder. This is what he said
What?
when he made the entire accusation. The accusation was that that his head was dented. He went to the doctor. The doctor said that that's not what happens in boxing. Like, I'm paraphrasing now, right? I'm not speaking word for word verbatim. The doctor said that's not what happens in boxing matches. He said that he had a talk screen and there was a substance in there that's a muscle relaxer and made you tight, right? So those are the two things. That's why he was saying Mark Breland drugged him, and that's why he's saying that Tyson Fury had something in his gloves. Oh, they
But
also said it was. They also said it was he said it was an egg-shaped dent.
Wait, yeah, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, form or whatever. Yeah, yeah. Hmm.
Remember the VAR reports already come out. The medical, they both came out clean. no substances at all.
So why didn't? So I see what you're saying, Smoke. If that was true, why? So Smoke, what you were saying is, if that was true about the relaxed little traces of muscle relaxer, why didn't it come out in the toxicology report? Is that what you're saying?
No, he's saying that it did come out in the toxicology report. He's saying in his exit toxicology report, they found these traces, and he has the paperwork to prove it. That's what he's claiming.
Wow. So why don't he just like come out with some social media? Yeah. Like that's what I see. That's the kind of stuff you want to know. That holds some type of merit because there's actually something that we have to go on. I never heard that. I never heard that.
Never heard it once. Neither am I.
Oh, okay. So yes, let's all operate from the same group of facts. I'll find the link.
The same look. Yeah. Let's go there. I timestamped that one. That was a 308.
Yeah. Let's do it. I mean, we have time.
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah. I got time.
I got hours right now. If we're gonna sit here and chop it up, let's do it. I didn't know this was gonna happen.
Thanks for coming through. No, thanks for coming through.
Yeah. And
I just don't know anybody else that knew that was as passionate on the other side of the Wilder thing than me on this side. So it's always good to get all different sides. If I had known someone else as equally as passionate as you, I would have had them on with us as well. But I honestly don't know anybody else other than you, Smoke. And
just so you guys understand where I'm coming from, right? So I am coming from a position of absolute, from the outside looking in, right? I'm not making any judgments one way or the other, whether or not what he's saying is true, whether or not Tyson Fury cheated. The reason why Wilder lost is because Tyson Fury cheated. I'm not saying any of that stuff. I don't think any of that stuff. So just so we can narrow down what I think versus what you think I believe. Right.
Okay.
So for me, I am fact driven. That's it. I'm not opinion driven. I am fact driven. Mm-hmm. Just so you know, I don't make abductive conclusions. I make deductive conclusions. I need a priori knowledge. Not trying to fucking go off on tangents. Just so you know, that's where I'm. That's how I come. So let me go get that clip for you.
So that's the bicep thing you do. But yeah, sorry. Actually, I still keep zoning out. We've already said that you just basically said that that some form of muscle relaxant was found, and he's got the proof of this. So we'll stand by and wait for him to post it, like he has posted all his other factual evidence and proof. You know, so trying to get money. Maybe you should be trying to take Fury or Breland to the criminal courts. You know, just saying. But we'll wait. Okay. Next.
Yeah, I'm here.
What's next on the timeline? Sorry, I'm looking at everybody's. If you guys thinking what I'm looking at, guys' comments is all. So okay, so bicep.
Yeah, I don't see the comments at all.
Oh, you'll have to look on your phone. There's loads.
No, I mean I don't, because if you're backstage, I don't really see them. Let me see.
Yeah, but there's a way. If you look at the show with your phone.
Yeah.
If you've got another phone, if you're doing this on a laptop, it depends. Whatever device you're watching doing this now, you can actually also go look at the show. Go onto my YouTube channel and look at the show, and you'll be able to see it as a YouTube viewer. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah. I just got
if you go onto my channel and it will say Lady Chann's live, you click on my live, it will take you as a YouTube viewer. And you'll be able to see all the chat, like how when you're on and I see I'm on your chat.
Oh, gotcha.
Entiende, papi chulo. Vamos.
Entiendo.
Gracias. Okay, otra vez. So we did the bicep injury, right? What was the next on the agenda in the court of Wilder Beast? This is hilarious. Sorry, I'm just laughing. Fuck you now. What's next on there? Smoke, is there anything that you would want to address, like in this? All right, let's take it from a different angle. What have you heard, Smoke, coming from the Wilder camp or or whatever the facts that you think are that are deemed as facts, that do you think that sounds a bit weird? That can't. I'm not really going with that, brother. Or yeah, I'm with that all the way. Could you tell me the stuff what makes you think like? So you said that you don't you're not with the glove gate thing. So you don't think that Tyson Fury had loaded gloves. But remember when we was on my show, my other show, you said that basically VADA, how many times VADA caught anybody? And I said, no, they haven't. But there was a guy that VADA hadn't caught him, but Kurt will know the name. He was in the ring and he had plaster of Paris. And then when the dad was like, yo, he was battered. The fighter was battered and they didn't understand why he was so battered. Who was that? And then they caught it in the ring. The dad was like, yo, to the ref, to the officials, take off his gloves. And they were
That's
loaded.
that's the Louis Resto. That's the Louis Resto Billy Collins fight.
Billy Collins, yeah.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I think there's only 2 occasions that I know of, but I think in the ring court, but I could be wrong. But yeah, that was the one I was talking about. So
Yeah,
do you not think? Yeah,
the,
do you not
so
think?
the Louis Resto was no padding, right? Padding out, and then
Yeah,
there's the Margarito case.
Yeah.
There's a Margarito case that is now, controversially like saying that maybe Margarito didn't cheat. I don't know. You guys can go through the Margarito thing by yourself. I mean, I don't know.
Okay.
That was a whole investigation. Basically, people got suspended. The Louis Resto, people went to jail behind that one. But the fight happened, right? So that was like an assault in the ring, and they kind of proved it in a court of law.
So this
So
would be
that's a different thing when the fight happens.
This would be effectively an assault in the ring as well, effectively, because it's just really strange that when someone says like straight after the like you said adrenaline and etc. That Wilder said that Fury's punches didn't hurt, and he was always a pillow-fisted leader. But then, so what turned it from that his punches didn't hurt, but then yet he had an egg weight. There had to be such a difference in the punch. Because Wilder said there was a difference in his power this time from the first fight to the second fight, but he didn't realize that he tripped himself up by saying after the second fight that Tyson Fury's punches didn't actually hurt. So I'm just wondering how that's two conflictions coming from the same mouth.
Yeah. All right. So, if you want a list of statements that Wilder made pertaining to the fight,
no, I don't want a list of. I didn't watch that.
No. Let me just finish. Right. The stuff that he said about the fight that I don't agree with, or the stuff that Wilder says in general that I don't agree with.
No, not in general, because we could all in general not agree.
Right. Okay, cool. I mean, because you guys brought up a whole bunch of stuff. I heard my neck and my back and my twerk. Like, you guys have been all over the place with the accusations. I don't know what it is you actually want me to respond to. Right. Because I'm trying to engage with you guys in a substantive conversation, right? So when it comes to just the fight, what I don't agree with, not throwing in the towel. I think that was a fine time to stop it. The guy looked injured. I'm not trying to watch a snuff film, right? I also don't understand how, from what Wilder's saying, how he attributes whatever substance that may have been in his body to Mark Breland, right? I don't see how he's made that case. It seems like he's just made an accusation without backing that accusation up.
Mm-hmm. Mm. And do you think about the loaded loaded gloves? What do you think about that theory?
The loaded glove, to me, I mean, just like you were saying, it's medics over boxing fans' opinion. So for me, that's a straight medical issue. I wish that there was more attention paid to that versus who's lying and who's not lying, because I feel like that's actually where we can get some movement on this situation. Is actually looking at what the doctor said, because apparently Wilder is building his case on what the doctor said. So let's see what the doctor's talking about.
What is he building his case on exactly? Because you would have thought, like, on the Tay Jones interview, they said that they have. He said that he has all of everything, all of the evidence and stuff like that. Would you think that after, if there wouldn't have to have been a mediation or an arbitration if there was solid facts and proof that they that Tyson Fury initially, well, what it would boil down to, it would be attempted murder.
Well, really, I think that right. So that part of it, right. So the why fight him versus just sue him for attempted murder or something like that.
No, criminal conviction.
I don't understand the guy's motivation.
No,
Exactly, right. So all of that. Why Wilder does what he does, I absolutely cannot speak to. I'm just not qualified. I'm not part of the camp. I'm not in his head like that.
Could
I
it
don't know the man
possibly
that
be
way.
that?
I don't know
Could
why
it,
he does what he does.
yeah.
Right.
Sorry, just a quick
Right. So just
go ahead. Because you don't let anyone have a quick.
right.
Yeah, I know
So
you don't know what he
so
could.
right. So
Could a possibility be 50%? Could it 50? Because you know, we can do like ratio, like things in ratio. So there's things that are highly impossible, or there's things that are mad impossible. Things that are very possible.
No,
Could it be possible?
no,
Could it just?
so here's the thing. If I
Could
thought,
it just be possible? No. Could it just be possible that Wilder is lying? Could it be remotely
of
possible
course, it
that
could
he's
be
lying?
possible. Of course, of course, it
Okay.
could be possible that he's lying, right? But
You.
for me, right,
You're
the
not
issue
communicating.
becomes when you sue it. The issue becomes whether or not you think it is a better idea to sue somebody for attempted murder or to get your get back in the ring for tens of millions of dollars, right? So for me, I feel like it's six on one hand, half a dozen on the other. A person can do whatever the hell they want. If Wilder, it seems reasonable to me to pursue either one. So I absolutely don't care why he would want to fight him versus sue him, right? It just whatever. That's what the man wants to do. That's what he wants to do. I don't think that we'd have
I don't want
heard
to
all of this
fight.
stuff if not for. I don't. I think that the impetus for Wilder even coming out and saying all of this is Tyson Fury saying he has moved on from the fight.
Mm-hmm.
I think what Wilder was interested in doing was not suing Tyson Fury, but fighting Tyson Fury.
I mean, that's what I was told.
And just to back up, and maybe it's a different part of the times that like different part of the interview, but in the interview, I thought that you were saying that Wilder was saying that that he wasn't drugged, right? Or he didn't say that thing about the costume because that's what we're talking about. Him saying the stuff like the re-releasing of the quote was under the it was framed as what people are saying that Wilder said he never said these words, and so now we need to release the words to prove that Wilder said it, and that you had Tay Jones, and they said the Wilder fans were saying it, and you said, yeah, Tay Jones said it on my podcast. So when you said the timestamp, I thought you were coming back with Tay Jones saying that Wilder never said anything about the costume.
I know that other reports that just came out that it wasn't initially him that was made up and fabricated. But look, poor you fans, it's
No, I mean in
that you guys made it up, and it wasn't anything to do with him. But
no,
like
Smoke, you're right.
you guys root
He's
for
right.
him so badly, and every time you root for him, and you don't even realize he turns around and stuff you lot all in the back. I don't know why you lot root for him so badly.
No, you're right about that. You're right about that, Smoke. You're right. That particular part of the interview, that was not him discussing it, but it is. So let me look for it for you. He did mention that because that was one of the topics that we talked about because we only really talked about certain things, right? And that was one of them.
I'll go rewatch
I got
it.
you. That's what I was saying. That maybe you just had it's in the interview. You just hadn't got to that part yet. So just wanted to make sure that we're going to address that part of it also. Right. So why people root for Wilder? I mean,
Right.
that's.
No,
Why does
not just
anybody root for anybody, really? Like, are you saying that Wilder should be bereft of fans? Like, is that the argument that nobody should root for Wilder?
No. I said I meant it in a way of just like like you've got fans that really, really fuck with you, Wilder, and then like they go on any his last words or his last actions and really get behind the man, and then the minute they get behind him, like for instance when he was trying to make it like I don't know where it came out of where the because I can't pinpoint it, where it came out that he was actually going to, are you playing, Kurt? That he was going to court for the third fight. How did you know he was going to mediation for the third fight? No.
Because Finkel and Bob Arum said so.
Okay, and then
both sides corroborated that particular fact.
Yeah, and then it came out from the same two that it wasn't for the third fight. You do realize that they corroborated that as well, yeah? That it was for solely
No,
for.
I've never heard Shelly Finkel say that the only reason why they were going to mediation
It
was to get a check.
So you know the 32 million and all of that. Where do you reckon all of that came from? The fans and stuff, innit? That came from the fans. They just made up numbers, right? They did, didn't they? You know,
I'm not sure what they listen. Like for me, like, you know, there's any number of stories that come out and they go all over the place. I just go when it comes down to this kind of stuff, I like to get both sides of the story. So if I hear one side of the story, I say, here's what I heard from this side. But then when it comes to the other one, but I do. And then when both sides say the same thing, I say both sides are saying this. So this is probably this is a closer representation to what's actually happening versus some one party, one camp trying to spin a narrative and gain the media advantage, right? Get in front of the story. Like I said, for me, this is all about media literacy. Like just to straight up, what I'm hearing is just the media playing people for their biases. I mean, you're accusing me of having this bias literally that I don't even have when it comes down to this stuff. But that's cool. I understand why this conversation is going the way that it's going, but it has to do with, for me, it has to do with a bunch of people. For me, it has to do with people choosing their side, feeling like they understand what is going on, and then operating from that. Like some people may be operating in good faith, some people may be operating in bad faith. But for me, I am just straight up, I am about fights. I'm not even about this controversy, right? What I'm into boxing for is literally the fights. I don't even give a damn really that much about the belts. Sometimes it's cool, but I really like the matchups. I like the fights. I don't like all this controversy, undisputed, this undisputed, who's this? Like it's interesting to talk about and to go through, to enhance the experience. But that's not what I'm here for.
If you're a true fan of the sport of boxing, you will care about the undisputed thing. And this is what you guys over there try to make it, like, try to discount that Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury is not the biggest fucking match coming up in the new generation of two heavyweight history.
So, Lady Chann, you do know that there is other undisputeds, right? It's not just about the heavyweight division, right? So when it comes down to Teofimo Lopez and when it comes down to Teofimo Lopez and Devin Haney, I just want to see the fight, right? But there's this whole controversy about undisputed, right? When it comes down to, let's say, Jermell Charlo and Castaño, right? Like that fight, I don't even care about that fight. For real, like I don't think Castaño's that good. But the thing that makes that fight apparently is supposed to be undisputed. That's what I'm just saying. I'm just saying that the value of undisputed it's a secondary.
Now that your man's not in it, I was watching 78 Sports and they were saying
my man. Do you know who my favorite fighter is? What are you talking about, my man?
You said your king. Sorry, your king.
Yes, and I do believe I said I said that he's my king, like I'm his king, right? Right? You do right. So, I call you, and I've called you queen, right? And I've called you queen too, right? Does that mean that I'm going to go start slaying dragons for you?
You two kings.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I got it. Right? It's how we talk about it. We talk about our cultural heritage. I mean, if you want to get into a conversation,
you always have to get muted because you chat too much. So on 78 Sports, they were trying to negate the fact that no, you can stay muted. Don't unmute. Otherwise, you don't unmute because you keep talking over me, and that's why you've been muted. This is what I'm saying. Okay, so on 78 Sports, people, they were trying to spin the narrative that basically in America, the Tyson Fury fight, the Tyson Fury and AJ wouldn't amass as much money as Wilder and Fury 3. Can we all get roar of laughter in the emojis. And the only reason why they're trying to negate that is because their man is no longer fighting. Go on, Smoke. Unmute the dragon.
All right. So for me,
you chat too much, man. You chat over too much. Private school really never taught you.
I feel like I'm going and driving me crazy. Are you trying to gaslight me? Are you trying to like talk over? Are you just literally just accusing me of doing all the things that you're doing? Like this doesn't make sense to me. You keep interrupting me and then yell at me for interrupting you. Like yo, all I'm saying is, you're attributing things to me that don't make any sense to me. First off, I'm not mad about any damn thing. I'm not even upset. Straight up. All right, hey, Jen, like straight up. When you invited me on, you didn't even tell me what the topic. Okay, I got it. You just want the interruption to go one way. Check it out. If I understood that this is going to be the conversation, I get it that you do. I'm experiencing it right now in real time. In real time, I'm experiencing it. But then you say I'm talking over you, though. But I'm still just trying to finish my thought. But I can't get a thought out because I keep getting interrupted. And then you tell me I'm interrupting you. Okay. All I'm saying to you is, if I had understood that this is what you wanted to talk about, then I would have been, I would have prepared to have this kind of discussion, to go through all of these different kind of points, and I would have had the things that we could actually have a substantive discussion about this. But actually, what I'm interested in more so is boxing, not the specific, drama around Fury, but behind Fury versus Wilder. So when you invite me on, and then you frame me as if I am upset about. I have all of this animus about this fight. I literally don't. Like literally, what the only thing that I have the only thing I've ever commented on is all of this people's belief being expressed as a fact. Wilder's a lie. He's chicken.
How comes your beliefs are not expressed as? How comes your beliefs are not expressed? How comes your beliefs are expressed as facts? Nothing that you say so far is fact.
Correct, and I talk about it being my belief. I'll talk about it like it's a fact. I don't present my belief as if it's a fact. I present my belief as it's a belief.
No, you haven't, but you haven't. Kurt, could you just...
Okay, so then what am I saying is a fact then? What am I saying is a fact that's actually my belief?
Not about undisputed, right? Like, you try to quickly, slyly throw things in. Like, it is about the undisputed. It is an important fight in boxing history. What I'm trying to say is that half of you guys only support Wilder and don't support the sport. Because if you truly supported the sport, you'd be much more open-minded, like I am, both ways, and I can see the pros and cons. Because as much as you keep telling me that I'm like, about this Tyson Fury, I don't rep Tyson Fury. Like anybody that knows me, I don't roll with Tyson Fury. So I'm not doing this to be on Tyson Fury's. I'm not doing this to be on Tyson Fury's side. And if you look at what I just recently uploaded, I've uploaded a thing talking about Tyson Fury never actually defending any belts, and at least Deontay Wilder has. So,
hey, lady. So I'm sorry, Smoke. To really aid to that, I remember this was before the Fury Wilder 2 fight. Lady Chann, she inboxed me and was like, I hope Deontay Wilder knocks his fucking ass out. You remember that, lady?
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah. I remember that because she was like, I'm not on the Fury thing at all, but I got your info if you need it. I got your info if you need it. Bro.
All right, cool. Here's the thing. So I was talking about what I am into when it comes to the sport of boxing, right? I wasn't saying that undisputed doesn't mean anything. I was talking about my own personal opinion when it comes to these things, and I'll tell you what it's based on, because it's not based on Wilder at all. It's literally based on the fact that when I started watching boxing, there was 2 sanctioning bodies, right? So in my lifetime of watching boxing, it has grown. The sanctioning bodies have grown 100%. You used to know when a guy had a belt was the best because he fought everybody on the way up. Now guys are in their own sanctioning bodies, siloed off, fighting and babysitting belts. So these belts don't mean as much to me. So even the unification of the belts don't mean so much to me. It has absolutely nothing to do with Wilder or AJ. Because actually I watched the entire sport for all the divisions, and undisputed is actually possible in 17 divisions, not just one.
Hey, there you go. No, I mean, I agree with you there. I mean, um, you have fighters that like look at Trevor Bryant. You know, he's a WBA
Yeah.
regular.
Champ.
You know what I'm saying? Then you got, okay, well, who is Trevor Bryant? Who did he beat? Or Bermane Stiverne. Okay, well, who did Bermane Stiverne beat? Chris Arreola?
Mm.
I mean, if you really break down
Beat him.
what these guys have done, they haven't done much.
And
And
Wilder
then from
beat him.
Wilder beating him, it's like, okay, well, that you beat no one credible to get the belt that you have. You defended it 10 years. That's cool. That means something. But how much do you give him credit for? You know, like Tyson Fury. Tyson Fury, well, hey, yeah, I beat Klitschko. Okay. Shit, a lot of people think you ran from that fight, the second fight, because Klitschko was ready to get in that ass. And all of a sudden, oh, I can't do this because, oh, I'm mentally broken.
I'm very
Wait a minute. Yeah, you're mentally broken. Are you? Are you mentally broken? You know, those type of things come into play. So you really start to question what a person's actually done. And you take a 3-year break and then you come back, hey, I'm all right now. So, it's this perception of what people think and based on what they've done. Meanwhile, you do have guys like Joshua fighting Klitschko again. And I think that ass whooping that Klitschko gave Joshua was meant for Fury. Even though Joshua won, yeah, Joshua got that ass whooped too.
Yeah.
Like Klitschko. Look, here's the thing. I was going for Klitschko because I didn't think AJ, young as he was,
yeah,
I didn't think he had it. And anybody that knows me, like, no, he ain't gonna beat Klitschko. He's a fucking Klitschko. You know what I mean? This is a guy that brought all these fighters over to Stanglewart. You heard the story of Stanglewart, Smoke?
Stanglewart?
Yeah,
No.
Stanglewart. It's a gym, right? It's Klitschko's gym in Germany. He brought all of them over there. Dillian White, Anthony Joshua, Deontay Wilder. He brought them all over there. And he used to put them through like Hell Day. You know how like a Hell Day for Marines, but no, he put them through. He'd get them in the ring and basically beat the shit out of them. Let's see what you got. You're either going to sink or swim. So a lot of these guys got their ass handed to them because of that. So he was one of those. He was the top dog. He could do shit like that. Now these guys, got a little, some stripes and stuff like that, and they are who they are now. Like Whites and Joshua's and all that. But Klitschko was handling these dudes. He was teaching them. He was like, "Let me see what you got." Basically, it wasn't like you remember like the doghouse. Like Floyd Mayweather would say, "Put his ass in the doghouse," right? It was kind of like that. But a lot of people really didn't give a shit about heavyweight boxing back then because the Klitschko's had it. So everybody kind of looked more at the Mannies and the Mayweathers and the Cottos and smaller weight classes. Even the Wards for a while.
Yeah.
Ward, I think, got out a little too early or whatnot.
Yeah,
but
I saw your commentary on that actually.
Right. So it just straight up like I was an Ali fanboy, and then after that a little bit less so, but you could probably qualify. I probably qualify as a Sugar Ray Leonard fanboy after that, but a lot less so, right? And since then, I've literally only not liked two fighters, right? Vladimir Klitschko, I didn't like. And Dillian White, I didn't like for a while, but now he's all right with me, right? So those are like the two fight. Like I'm talking about 40 years of watching this sport, right? 40 plus years of watching. There's two fighters. So when it comes to that, like just, I think that there's this idea that you have about fans and fan bases, and I am catching hell for an entire community that you've created in your head, right? So, but that's cool. I'm here for the smoke. I don't mind it. All I'm saying to you is I wasn't rooting for Vladimir Klitschko. I wasn't rooting for that dude at all. Not at all. I was glad that AJ knocked his ass out. I enjoy watching Klitschko getting dropped and knocked out because of the way that guy. It's somewhat his personality, but it's really the way that he was marketed. Like he was going to fight all of these Hall of Famers, 69 fights, 0 Hall of Famers. Like, and he just kept getting all the shine. Like everything he did was ordained by God. Meanwhile, when you talk about like, quality of opposition, right? And this is definitely a Wilder thing. Everyone trashes this dude's resume and praise Vladimir Klitschko's accomplishments. It doesn't make any damn sense to me.
Well, Klitschko was around and he fought. Nope. Hold on. Sorry. Get out of there. Let's go. No, go. Anyway, sorry. What it is Vladimir was around. Now he took some, the Sanders fight. Of course, Sanders showed him up, but he's good at rematches. He's good at rematches.
Do you know what? Sorry,
it was a time.
All I'm saying is I just wasn't a Vlad fan. I wasn't a Vlad fan. Everything the dude did was just like it was the greatest thing since sliced bread. If you heard the media tell it, right? If you heard the media tell it, that was what was up. And meanwhile, this dude is fighting anyway. I'm not even gonna go there with it. It's all good. It's all good. All I'm saying is, I was glad that AJ knocked him, that AJ dropped him and stopped him. Although I felt like the stop was a little early, but hey, it's all
I
good.
kind of think so. The 11th round because he wasn't really getting hit that much. He was true. He was down twice in that round, in the 11th round, but he really by the time when he stopped it, he wasn't really getting hit because he was still moving and still trying to elude those punches. He wasn't like Tommy Morrison and Ray Mercer. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't to that point like I'm out of it on my feet. You know what I'm saying? So it wasn't that crucial. But no, I wasn't a Vladimir fan either. But it was good. Vlad had to go. He had to go. Vladimir Klitschko had to go.
He's very pro Joshua though.
Yeah. That's like on some other stuff, like personality wise. But when
it seemed to me, what it was Vladimir got all of the credit for the work that the brothers did together. Meanwhile, both of guys were the ones who were reigning in the division. It wasn't just Vlad, right? But if you hear people talk about it, Vlad ruled the division. But it was actually Vitaly that fought the tougher guys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's true. Vitaly was getting in people's ass, and then when I look at Lewis, I know Lewis hates me. Yeah, I don't care. But Lennox Lewis, he got out of the game at a wrong time. I knew that was your last fight. Oh, you said he was leaving, dude. You don't leave the sport with a fight like that. You don't leave a sport on that premise of a fight being that competitive. You know what I'm saying? If you watch that fight, you're like, damn, this is a good fight. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't leave and say, okay, well, I'm out. So that made him look chicken shit to me. Like, yo, you thought that you were just going to leave and you were in a tough fight. So, it's time to leave. No, it's not time to leave. It's time for you to make one more comeback to prove that I can take this guy out without having some type of foul or injury as the reason for this fight stopped. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's my thing on that. But Vitaly was, furthermore. And, they did run it together. It was almost like I'm a martial artist and I'm also a martial art fan. So are you familiar with Jet Li?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, you remember?
Champion for, from the 90s.
Right.
And
now,
action star.
Yeah, absolutely. Action, yep. Karate, or should I say martial arts superstar. Now.
He's Wing Chun. He's Wing Chun guy.
Wing Chun guy. Now listen, did you see Kiss of the Dragon?
Yes, sir.
Jet Li.
Bridget Fonda.
Yep, Jane Fonda. Yep, never heard of it. I'm sure you haven't.
Jane Fonda's daughter, right? Or is it niece?
No, it's Jane Fonda. No, it was Jane Fonda.
Jane Fonda is the mom. Or the old lady.
Fonda.
Bridget Fonda's the young one.
Bridget Fonda. There you go.
Yes, Bridget.
Yeah, Bridget Fonda. Yeah. You said Jane Fonda. You threw me off. It's Bridget Fonda. Yeah, redhead. Now, do you remember when Jet Li fought the smaller guy? Remember he fought the twin. It was like he had a twin. He had one smaller twin and one bigger twin. And he fought them both in that hallway or whatever.
Oh yeah. Yes. In the cubicles, the cubicle scene.
Right, no cubicles. Yeah. So that's exactly what Vladimir and Vitaly reminded me of. That's what immediately I thought of.
Hang on, Kurt. You see Jim Brown? Ain't he always on your chats?
Yeah.
Jim Brown, he's got to go because I've been debating. It's like, is this the same Jim Brown? He keeps rude, keep talking down to her dumb ass. He's been saying rude things throughout the whole chat. And I'm thinking, this could never be the same Jim Brown that holds a wrench on your show, right? Doesn't he hold a wrench? Does he hold a wrench?
I'm not looking. Let me see.
Yeah. So Jim Brown, when you see me on Counterpunchboxing News, don't ever fucking message me at all, you fucking dickhead. Now you are blocked, you fool. Because everything I've seen it from the beginning of the chat, you've been rude. And we're always on Kurt's chats and you're never rude. You want to come on here and be consistently rude. We'll see if you'll have your little spanner in the morning. Hi, Jim.
Okay.
Sorry.
I didn't know if that was the same one or not.
Yeah,
So,
it is.
okay.
Yeah, so yeah. I've seen him the whole way through. First of all, he held me up and then he started to be rude. And I was like, okay, Jim Brown, it's you. Yeah. Rude. But go ahead. Sorry, guys.
No, but that's actually a good comparison. Because you fought one, you had to fight the other one.
Like I said, it wasn't. It was literally. It was the way that he was moved, right? So, to me, Vladimir Klitschko did not face the best available. That's it. There was better guys that he could have fought. I mean, he was fine. Like he avenged one of the losses that his brother had, but his brother was literally like, to me, he was beating the crap out of Chris Bird. And he got a shoulder injury or a hand injury. I don't remember which one it was. But yeah,
I remember that.
I mean, the Klitschko brothers had a problem punching down. You can hear the thing. Whatever. I'm not even going to the technical part of it.
Who is your favorite fighter, Smoke?
Right now, yes, right now, Terrence Bud Crawford.
Okay. Interesante. Okay, I like Bud as well. Cool. Sorry, just thought I'd ask.
Yeah.
That's it. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's my compound number one guy. He did, hopefully he can get some better fights. Shut up all noise. Up his negotiating power so we can get that fight. But or if both guys say they don't give a damn and fight anyway.
Yeah, it's looking bad over there.
Yeah, but I actually don't favor my favorite guy in that fight against Spence. I don't think he actually beats Spence, but I think he beats everybody but Spence.
Really?
Who's your favorite guy?
Bud.
Oh, you're talking about Crawford?
Yeah, that's his. What, out of every weight cat, he's your favorite fighter?
Yeah, that's my favorite active fighter right now. I think that guy is the most skilled fighter in the world. In boxing, that's what's up. He just doesn't have the mass to get past. Like Spence is a little bit too big and too good at what he does, and it's kind of a style issue. But
I think he stopped Spence, but in my opinion. But I was trying to say the other day, I think it was mates today, I was saying that Bud is small. And everyone's like, no, he's quite a big one. Like, no, Spence is a big welter, but Bud's small. I was like, how many weight classes can you see him? Like, I think he's already stretched at 147. So they said maybe you can get to 154. That would be a mad stretch, maybe.
Yeah, you'd have to cherry pick. It's like Canelo at light heavy. Yeah. Like he can't really just work his way through light heavy. You got to take really key fights at key moments in order to compete in that division. I think that's the same thing for Crawford.
Well, that's true. Yeah, I don't see Canelo fighting no one like Bivol. You know what I mean? That would just be too.
No,
someone like Bivol not even just Bivol, right? But just try to run the gauntlet, get through the Joe Smiths, through the all those dudes are just big. The body jag, whatever.
Yeah, those guys are pretty tough, man. And then they're big, and then they're good. They're good technical fighters.
Really, that's just it. Spence does everything behind the jab. Terrence got a little bit looping punches. It's a little bit style. The styles don't match up so well. And then Spence is just real. He's just big as shit. So I don't favor Bud in that particular fight.
Well, it's okay because I think Errol Spence at this point I don't think he'll fight him anyway. Honestly, because it's like because it feels like I don't think he.
Go
ahead. Well, everybody kind of stopped. Like everybody started walking and said, "Oh, my bad, you go." No, my bad. But I mean that's good though. That shows what we should be doing. So you know what I mean? Like, oh no, please go. No, but no, I think that Spence, already knows he's unified, so he feels, well, hey, if I'm going to fight someone like Terrence Crawford, I want the lion's share of the money. So and not really respecting what Bud has already done. 2 Ring Magazine belts and shit like that, and it's just, I feel that a lot of those times, it's one of those times where those guys are they should be fighting, but they're not. So if that's the case, what do you think of Canelo Spence? You think that fight can happen?
The Canelo.
I think that's a cash fight, right? Like, can you imagine that fight at the Star, right? That's going to be, it's probably one of the most lucrative fights in boxing to make. I don't think Spence is going to win it though. Like the same reason,
Well, I mean,
like I got to see Spence do something at 154. I got to see him do something at 160
before
I start talking about,
yeah,
you know what I mean?
Just
all right.
168 and just think he's going to beat Canelo. That's wild.
Okay, Spence, Jamal Charlo.
I think that's a way better fight. Just because I don't know. I don't know. That's a tough one. Like the Errol Spence I just watched after Danny Garcia appears to me to be a different fighter. Like it used to be that he would bite down on his gum shield and walk through fire to get his job, his mission accomplished. But
That's
against Danny Garcia, he took some some backward steps and made some business decisions. So that kind of fight, I think, gives Jermell Charlo a better shot at it.
That's what I think. It's still a tight fight, but yeah.
Well, I wasn't talking about Jermell. I was talking about Jamal.
Jamal. Oh, the big one. Oh man, that. Yeah, I got to see again. I got to see what he looks like at 154 before. Like Maul is also a big ass dude.
One's 160 and one's at 168, right? Or
no, one is
154 and 160.
160. Yeah.
So they
I think they all moved up together, right?
Jamal.
Yeah, because I don't like the idea. I didn't say Jermell because I don't like the idea of pitting like two fighters with the same coach. I don't like doing that shit. Like, because they're both with James, Derek James up there in Dallas. So, you know what I'm saying? It would be awkward.
You remember Michael Spinks, Larry Holmes fight?
Yeah. See, it was kind of like, well, what are you going to do at that point? You know what I'm saying? Like, who do you really, what do you expect the trainer to do? Treat it like a fucking professional sparring session or what? You know what I'm saying? I mean, one guy would have to go get someone else in order to, like Deverenchenko and Danny Jacobs. They were both at the same time being coached by Andre Rozier. Okay, so what Deverenchenko, so he went with Danny Jacobs, which now I think he probably should have went with Deverenchenko. Because, those guys split up. I don't know if you guys know, but they had an out over money. You know what I mean? So, no, they're no longer cool, but they've been beat each other through the Golovkin days. Okay, next question. Golovkin, Spence.
Golovkin in his last outing looked like hot garbage. Like he looks like he's balding. It's time to go. Like the 160 division is it's kind of base. It's kind of a wasteland.
It wouldn't be a wash though. It wouldn't be like Spence wouldn't wipe the floor with him, but I think Spence would like
like that. He does not want that body work. He's an old man. He's not trying to take that. Like, come on, man, stop that.
Definitely. Yeah. That's one thing that comes to mind. When I think of Spence Golovkin, I say, you know what? He's gonna eventually hurt Golovkin to the body if Golovkin can't keep him back with that bazooka jab. One thing Golovkin does have, and I don't think he'll ever lose, is the jab.
The jab.
So if Errol Spence, being a southpaw, if he can't get rid of that jab will be a problem for him all night.
Yeah.
The kid's tough. So I see him eating that, but you don't want to keep eating jabs like that from someone like Golovkin. But it's the type of fight that I would want to see before Golovkin. I mean, he's almost 38. If not 38, is he 38 already?
39, isn't he?
He might be 38, turning 39. Let me check it out real quick, because I know he's on up. He's getting long in the tooth.
I thought he was 38, 39, but could be wrong.
Well, he might be. He might be.
I thought he was 39, but yeah, he could.
Hold on a second. He is 38. He will be 39. April 8th. Damn, that's my cousin's birthday. God bless the dead. Okay, I won't forget that. Okay, but yeah.
That's weird.
But
these Triple G When I watched his last fight, you heard his punches. He's powerful though. I give it to the geezer, but I mean, yeah, Errol Spence would have him. I reckon. It's time for him to bow out soon. Triple G. What do you think is going to be his next move? What did he say he was next? He was next going to fight?
Golovkin?
Yeah.
Another loser.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
Really?
it's another bum. It's another
Other
bum.
than the bum that he just fought the other day.
Other than him, he'll find another bum to fight. I mean, I think what Golovkin's doing, Golovkin's filling out that contract. He's fulfilling that contract.
And then
yeah, and then he's going to get out. I mean, but what's the sad thing about that is what he doesn't understand with DAZN. He's going to have to fight somebody to withhold that. This is just like Canelo. Canelo had trouble with DAZN because Canelo tried to pick fighters that he had no business fighting, and they weren't trying to pay him because of what's going on right now. While what's going on right now, we're gonna accept this fight from you. You're not gonna do that. We're not gonna give you $30 million to fight somebody that got beat by another guy that you ain't fighting.
Yeah.
No, that ain't gonna work. So that's the problem he had. So they still had to restructure his deal with DAZN. You know what I'm saying? So he still wanted that money, but he had to bow down to some degree. He just got rid of Oscar De La Hoya in the process.
And it's Pacquiao. So the 40 million he wants, is that what when he was talking about he's got the legacy fight coming? This was what he was stating, that he's got a legacy fight to announce. So was that the one that he's talking about that he potentially with Bud Crawford?
That's who he wanted to fight. He wanted 40 million to fight Crawford, and Crawford get 10.
Do you think that's a bad deal?
No, I mean it's a great deal for him. It's a
good deal for Crawford. I mean, Crawford's never had bigger than 10 million as much as nowhere near to 10 mil. So,
okay, well let's look at it this way. We got two guys that were with top rank. Well, Terrence Crawford's still top rank, but Manny Pacquiao asked for $20 million to fight Terrence Crawford, like about 3-4 years ago.
Yeah, and it was.
And Bob was like, "Nah,
too much." So
I'm not giving that to you. I'm not giving that shit to you. You're not getting that. It's not worth that money. But then later, Bob said after Manny conveniently left, he said the reason why I didn't give him that money because I didn't want to see him hurt by Terrence Crawford. Now, then a little back and forth between Manny Pacquiao and Terrence Crawford. Oh, you were scared of me, and then Terrence was like, "No, I wasn't scared of you, dude. You just want whatever, right?" So little rumor back and forth.
Yeah.
Now he wants double the money.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. So what? And in the times that you can see Bob Stingiarum already being at the best of times, what makes him think he's going to be able to get 40 million? Not saying he doesn't deserve it, but I mean, you're not really going to get it, are you?
Yeah, I don't. No, I mean, you look at what Bob's doing. Bob's offering people $1 million.
He offered Teofimo what 1.5 the most, so it's going to person. Like by the time you pay off your tax and your team, you're left with nada.
Which I don't understand that.
He lost Floyd lowballing, right? Like he
for $20 million. For $20 million.
Yeah, right.
Go ahead.
And often Porter $1 million. Like, but anywho, I think it is a good fight for Terrence. And if I had $50 million, to play with, and that's my fighter, and I'm trying to re-sign him, I would make the fight because I think you can make some more of that back. I think that you would wind up on top on aggregate in the negotiation with Spence, because that Pacquiao fight is definitely going to be pay-per-view, and that will definitely make him a Hall of Famer. Like, if you think Terrence Crawford's on the bubble of being a Hall of Famer now, that will definitely put him over the edge. Like, if, let's say, like him and Loma are coming up for the Hall at the same time kind of thing, right? And I definitely think that would increase his bargaining power, right? His leverage in the negotiation with Spence. So it seems like good business, in my view. Like, from the outside looking in, it seems like good business.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if I'm Terrence Crawford, that's the fight that was originally going to happen. The only reason it was foiled was the pandemic. So,
Yeah.
that would have been the big fight we'd have had a pleasure to see if it wasn't
Okay.
for all this stuff going on.
But wasn't
Okay,
there
so
a name as well?
yeah, we had this whole the semantic thing about abductive versus deductive reasoning, right? So with Bob Arum, he's already come out and said, "I lied to you yesterday, but I'm telling the truth today." So we can definitely talk about Bob Arum as a liar, right? So during the pandemic, we're like, he said, if the Pacquiao fight falls through, we're looking at Ugas, Thurman, Porter, or Kell Brook. Now,
Right.
knowing Bob Arum, like we know Bob Arum, who do you think the fights he's going to fight? Hindsight has already answered the question for us, but I was pretty confident going in that Kell Brook was going to be the opponent as soon as he said that. So I'm not really down with this. The pandemic was the reason why the Pacquiao fight didn't happen.
Okay. I see what you're saying. So,
Stingy.
was that when he said in Kell Brook, was Kell Brook the last one, the last person?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Fair play. That if you notice that last person is always because
You
remember
said that,
when
innit?
you remember when Wilder said, but he said Andy Ruiz, Charles Martin. No, what? No, I know he said Andy Ruiz, Dillian White. He said some other fighter. Then he said Hellenius.
Hellenius. It was.
He said Hellenius or Hellenius, right?
Oh yeah,
And I was thinking like,
right. His wish list.
I'm like,
if the other fight trilogy didn't happen, right?
Yeah, so if he fights elite, so basically we are pretty much know basing on how people word shit. They give you the desired people. We wanted to see
the one at the bottom is the one.
Bud fight to Keith Thurman. Dude, that'd be a hot fight. And I like Terrence. I love Terrence Crawford, but I like Keith Thurman. Keith Thurman can self-promote himself. He has the ability to sell, and people are sleeping on Thurman because Thurman because he made Errol Spence wait around forever, and then it didn't happen.
Yes, man.
So a lot of
as well.
So a lot of people, shit on Keith Thurman for that.
Yeah.
But like I explained to people, Keith Thurman was in a situation where Floyd didn't want him because Floyd didn't want to fight no one that competitive at that time and not get as much money. He'd rather fight Andre Berto.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? Because no, well, we're not going to do that. He doesn't have a big enough attraction. He doesn't have a big enough name. But then you're going to fight Andre Berto, though, a guy with 4 losses. But then yet, when people said, why don't you fight Sugar Shane Mosley back in 2008? He said, which one? Shane Mosley with 5 losses? Okay, well, you fought a dude with 4 losses. So now we're counting losses. You see what I'm saying? So when Keith Thurman was that guy that was calling out Floyd because he was what was he? The WBA regular? He went, and he opted.
Yeah, he was WBA regular.
Yeah, so when he called out Floyd,
Yeah, and he called out Floyd. And it was like, why not fight me? Okay, well, Floyd fought Andre Berto. But see, also, around that same time, you had a young novice fighter, soon-to-be prospect, Errol Spence. And Errol Spence sparred Floyd. So this is the backstory. He sparred Floyd. And, apparently he showed Floyd what he could do with his relentlessness and his style, right? And then Floyd was like, if you want to fight someone, he needs to fight Keith Thurman. So he basically threw that opponent at Keith Thurman as a roadblock. You see what I mean? So it wasn't the fact that Errol Spence was just so adamant on fighting Keith Thurman. No, he matchmake that in the sport, and especially he had his promoter's license anyway.
Yeah.
And he was like the son of Al Heyman. So go figure. That's all in it. Him, Al Heyman, Leonard Ellerby, those cats are, powerhouses when it comes to management and promoting fighters. So since he was also a fighter and he seen this dude was on his heels like that, he was like, you need to fight Errol Spence. But Errol Spence wasn't nowhere near his level at that time.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Errol Spence was a guy that was a prospect. He was either a novice turned into prospect, right? And soon to be contender. But he wasn't there yet with Keith Thurman. Keith Thurman was already a champion. Keith Thurman is like 2.5 years over Errol Spence, maybe 3. Okay, so, and I'm not saying in age, I mean in progress, in their career. So like, so a lot of people give Keith Thurman that, oh, you know, Keith, he ducked and this and that. Well, maybe he did for a while, but I think he did it for a reason. And he did it out of, because he finally got his fight. He got the Pacquiao fight. Nobody else can say that.
Yeah.
Sean Porter can't say that. Danny Garcia can't say that. I don't think Danny really wanted it because he think he's comfortable. But, you know, Spence wanted it. He didn't get it. You know, understand that was just,
and
you
he
know.
lost the belt to Pacquiao. So.
He lost to Pacquiao. But it was a split decision. He didn't like Pacquiao just beat the shit out of him. No, he hit Pacquiao, the old man Pacquiao. He hit the congressman. You know, he was giving the congressman the business before, you know, the congressman, you know, gave him back some business of his own. But
do you think Pacquiao should call it a day while he's like on like quit while you're on the
get out.
What do you think?
Get out.
Listen, I am not going to tell anybody to turn down $40 million if they can get it.
Yeah, if you can't get it, you can't get that. If that's not going to happen, like, do you reckon you should just?
Yeah. I mean, I think that I think Spence Pacquiao is a huge fight at Cowboy Stadium. But if you're doing pandemic stuff, like let's say, you know, for me it makes sense that a government official has better things to do than to train, right?
I know.
But it also makes sense to me that there's not going to be crowds from what I can tell for the foreseeable future. So he's not doing anything but getting older and has other shit to do. So, I mean, when would it actually make sense? Like, let's say, I mean, I can't even tell a guy to turn down $10 million. He might be able to get $10 million right now fighting Spence.
I think he wants to try and raise as much money for himself, and probably he's doing the COVID. He's doing the. He wants to put like a certain amount of money into like a COVID fund.
Yeah.
But they're saying that, you know, he could have financial problems or troubles. You never know.
Yeah, you know, Pacquiao's he's a charitable guy. I get all of that. I think that the most lucrative fight that that's available for him is Errol Spence at Dallas Cowboy Stadium with the crowd.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Who wins?
Oh, there, man, Pacquiao can get his old ass tore up. Get out of here. Anyway, that's the separate issue. You know, if he can find out, if you can make tens of millions of dollars to slap somebody around the ring, I'm not going to tell him to call it a day because I'm certainly not going to be paying the bills.
Does he want to go out losing? Like, just have one last cherry. Does he really want to go out losing? Maybe for the 40
man. All right. You know, Roy Jones just quit like 2 years ago, right? Trevor Berbick, Muhammad Ali, like guys go out how guys go. Hey, listen, as long as you're not going out like Bernard Hopkins.
Oh, that's not right.
Yeah, you know what's hey, you can go worse, right? Adonis Stevenson, you can get worse, right?
But hey, look,
I don't know. How did Bernard Hopkins go out?
He fucking got knocked out of the ring. He got knocked out of the ring and then looked up at the ring like the ring did something wrong to him. He looked up at the ring with everyone else like, what was that? No, that dude hit you and knocked you to shit. He knocked him out. He punched him out of the ring. And then Bernard has a bad habit of kind of leaning into shit, you know, and I think he was trying to play that Evander Holyfield possum shit too long, but he was still getting hit. Check it out. No, just look at it right now. No, look at it right now.
I'm doing it now.
Yeah, look at him. Check it out.
Listen. As long like Cotto, you can go out like a Cotto Saddam Ali. Like, you know.
Yeah.
You get paid a bunch of money and go into the sunset, like whatever.
Lost.
Yeah.
What is this? It's lost, man. Wait. I'm already laughing because I know this is going to be hilarity.
Okay, we got that other timestamp. It was on 8:20, so 3:08 and 8:20 on that interview. Smoke.
Let's hear all the Wilder fans did discredit or say that Wilder never said that the uniform was an issue, right? That's what we're listening to.
Yeah. So what it is, he's all right. Here we go.
First of all, let's talk about this costume. We got to get it out there, man. The costume. Tell me the story about the costume. Let's counterpunch it.
Okay, yeah. So like, when we talked the other day, I was just pretty much stating that, a lot of people talked about the costume. But my counterpunch to that was basically saying like, if everybody yelling costume, he said this, he said that, he making excuses here and there. But what has he said? Because he never talked to, Lance Pugmire and came out and said that, it was the costume, this, and the third. And like I said before, if anyone ever followed my social media, I show what happens before and after the fight. You know what I mean? Before this time, of course, with the sense of urgency that was going around at that time, I didn't have anything recorded at that night until after the fight when I did congratulate Fury. But in that locker room, there was only a handful of people. The majority of family and majority of PBC members. If there was any media members in there at the time, because I do know that it was excused out, and some couldn't even get in. So I know, like I said before, to the other day, Deontay was sitting in a chair. Of course, you see the pictures that was floating around with, his wife, fiance around him, and she was kneeling and pretty much, taking care of him, along with his kids. You know what I mean? And I was, like I said before, I was actually on the opposite side. So from that time to go to the opposite side of the room to get the cut in the ear that needed to be stitched up, to the bathroom, he didn't have any conversation with anybody outside of just our team, you know what I mean, or anybody who was just with us. So, like I said before, the stories about the costume had came out that same night, and I was thinking to myself, like, when the hell did he do an interview?
Right.
Because if he did an interview, it must be two Deontay's, because I know I was there. You know what I mean? I know I was there, and that was crazy. But like I told you, there was so many reports coming out before we even got back up to the room after the fight. You know what I mean? Like I said, my mom had called me and said, "Are y'all okay? Are y'all going to the hospital?" Like, what are you talking about? We're not going to the hospital. We're going upstairs. But they just said on TV, y'all can go to the hospital. I'm like, nah, we ain't going to the hospital. I don't know what you're talking about.
Right. So the small circle of people that was surrounding you, that was impossible for anybody to say a costume excuse because no one interviewed anybody, right?
Right.
Gotcha.
Nobody interviewed, nobody interviewed Deontay. And like I said the other day about the costume, if you look at the last, 1, 2, 3, the last 3, 4 fights, Deontay has had heavy gear coming out, or that looks heavy, but I can attest to it because I've helped put on the costume for him. You know what I mean? It has had a little weight to it, but that wouldn't be the cause of him or cause of him for his legs to look like, because it's been 3, 4 fights previously, leading up to that fight where he had heavy stuff on. Right. You know what I mean? So why would just one fight make his legs look like this? That's retarded to me, at least.
Okay, did you catch all that smoke?
I did.
Yeah, I did. Right. So wow. Let's unpack it. Right. So first off, the quote is Kevin Iole, not Lance Pugmire, right?
Right.
And it sounds like he is talking about whether or not a interview happened from the locker room or the fight. When did this Kevin Iole interview actually happen? Was it the next day?
Yeah,
or was it a different time part? Like, it sounds like you're not even talking about the same quote. It seems like he's referencing the content, right? He's referencing the content of the costume, but none of the other part of it relates to what we're actually talking about. It was Kevin Iole. It wasn't in the locker room. He mentioned that he wore the costume, so it wasn't heavy, but it was the issue that Wilder said. Well, it wasn't just the heaviness of the costume; it was also the mass restriction.
Every time you talk about Wilder family,
so he didn't mention
the Wi-Fi goes.
Yeah, your Wi-Fi. I don't know.
Okay.
Somebody's tweaking your Wi-Fi or something.
Hey, that's your chat.
Yeah, you're
That's
back.
your chat sending me them vibes, them bad Wi-Fi vibes. Okay, cool. All right, let's see. All right, so there seems to be some kind of inconsistencies, but there also seems to be we're not talking about the same thing. But I don't know. whatever. If Kevin Iole feels like he needs to clear that part of it up, whatever. It doesn't seem like they were talking about the same thing though. Like from what Wilder's saying to what you're just saying Tay Jones is saying, it sounds like they're talking about two different events, and also not really the substance of what Wilder was saying, even when it comes to the costume.
Well, what Tay Jones was saying was on the day before, because that's the day he was referring to, the day of that night. He was talking about the night. Kevin Iole, is it Iole?
Yes, Iole.
Okay, Kevin Iole. Okay, Kevin Iole. His Tay Jones thing was he never talked to anybody, but that's not to say he didn't say anything to somebody the next day. So you can't just say, well, he didn't say, you know what I mean? Because this was the next day Kevin Iole interviewed him, and the reason why Kevin Iole did that was because people were coming at him, sending him threats and talking a bunch of shit at him about what was going on and why are you lying? Because they were saying he was lying about the interview. That's why he thought it was relevant to post it, to repost what they had, the interview that they conducted the day. As a matter of fact, I don't know what day. I heard it was the day. I read it was the day after. That, according to the source that I read. So, but what Tay Jones was saying, that he couldn't have interviewed anybody because there's nobody there to interview him. That's what he was saying. You know what I'm saying? So we're talking about Tay Jones referring to the night of Kevin Iole.
Talking about, right?
Right. He was talking about the day after. So he could have responded the day after. But then we have Mr. JD's that same night said the costume was heavy. So what I was talking to Tay Jones about is what people are going to do. And that's what they did. They took that out of context. They did. When Lance Pugmire said that, well, it was too heavy. Well, he shouldn't have said that. I'm like, well, why would JD say that? Because that comes off as an excuse. And to counter all this, lies are an excuse. None of them are really any good. They're both bad at the end of the day. Both of them. If you look at somebody if you're talking about lying versus somebody making an excuse, they're both shitty.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They're both what Lady Shan said. They're on Loserville because that's how people perceive them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So when people hear that, they're like, "Oh, this is bullshit."
Right. So the Kevin Iole quote, which is this whole thing is talking about, is different. It sounds like it's different than what Tate Jones is talking about. Just to clarify, right? He's talking about a Lance Pugmire
different day,
and we're talking about a Kevin Iole quote. That's first.
Right.
Secondly, I do agree. While I do agree that excuses, bad, sure, excuses and lying are bad. They're not equally bad in the same kind of way. Like it's not even close, right? So instead of just marrying these things like the same thing, they really are not the same thing.
Your Wi-Fi.
You're breaking up.
You're breaking up.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. Can you? How about now?
Yeah.
That's good. That's good. I will agree with you. I will agree with you. Lies are actually worse than excuses. Just for the record, go ahead.
Yeah. And there's not any indication to me that Wilder did either one. So yes, we can talk about lies and excuses being bad. Which one is worse? But what does that have to do with Deontay Wilder? That's really just you guys again coming to your own conclusion. And listen, I got it. Listen, I am not saying that you are incorrect or that you're somehow acting in bad faith in drawing these conclusions, right? You can have these things. I'm just telling you why I'm not drawing these conclusions. I'm not with you on this stuff. This is where you and I part ways. We can talk about the facts and agree to what the facts are, but our conclusions are wildly different. Pun intended.
So you smoke. You're for people making excuses. You're for that.
Am I for that? Is that what I said? Yeah. Are you for making?
No,
are you for misrepresenting my words? Are you for misrepresenting? Right. So I'm asking you a question back.
I'm asking. Well, you let me ask you a question.
And I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question with a question. Are you for misrepresenting my position?
No.
Okay, cool. Because I didn't
No.
say that. No, I said both things are bad, right? So I'm not for
Right.
bad things.
So in other words, you don't look as him saying that was an excuse. You don't look at that as an excuse at all in your book. Not even a little bit.
An
Him
excuse.
talking about his costume.
Right,
Yeah.
right, right. Again, correct. Because for me, he was answering the question in a way that if what he is saying is true, then it is not an excuse. We can keep going around and around. We can keep circling back to it. But if Wilder feels
Mhm.
like the reason why he didn't feel like he was himself was because of that costume, then what are we talking about?
We're talking about a person
When
making
you say that,
excuses
you better tell your wife
for
I
his
feel bad.
performance.
Yeah.
Bad. Your wife
Now,
I
listen, I'm in the house on the hill.
Well, okay.
Wife.
Well, all right. Well, let's look at this. Let's look at
sell
this
that
now.
house.
At any time, did Wilder talk about what he could have did right or wrong? See,
Right,
did he ever talk about that?
right, because that's not what the question was. I know that you guys wish that
I'm
the question
asking
was.
you a question now. That's the question I'm asking you now.
Okay,
I'm not talking about yesteryear or whatever. I'm talking about
okay,
right
all right.
now.
So has he said what he needs to do differently?
Yeah.
Not that I've seen. No.
Did he say anything then?
I mean, I guess if you call firing your trainer and getting somebody new different, I mean, I guess that like getting the snakes out the camp. I guess.
Okay, well, that's snakes in the camp. But did he take any ownership for anything that he did wrong that night?
Um, I think he took. When it comes to the costume, he did. Like he said, he didn't prep for the
No,
costume.
that's the
He
costume,
should have done
not
it.
him.
Yes,
So nothing.
but
Okay,
that's him taking
okay.
responsibility for not doing it, right?
No, that's him blaming something else. That's him blaming something else. Oh, it was the
Okay,
costume.
right. Okay, so the costume is an inanimate object, right? The costume can't do anything in and of its own. So
Right.
what he is saying is the costume was the reason why he didn't feel like himself, and that it was his bad for not prepping beforehand and making sure that that wasn't the case.
Okay, you can't blame the costume for that though, man.
He's blaming himself for it. He didn't blame JD's for it. He didn't say, you know what, I think JD's or Mark Breland told me the costume was just fine. It turns out that it wasn't. What he said it was on me. I should have tracked this out, but I didn't, and it
He
came
should
back
have
biting in the butt.
mentioned it. It just he should have
Okay, so you
mentioned it.
look at it as more of an explanation versus an excuse. That's what you're saying, right?
If somebody asks you what happened,
I mean,
what
just
do
a
they
yes or no
ask you?
question.
They're
Just a
asking
yes or
you to
no
explain
question.
what happened. Yeah,
I'm just
no,
saying that.
that's
I
what I'm.
mean, so basically, again, that means that's more of an explanation to you. He's just explaining what he didn't feel himself because
In
of
his
the
mind,
costume.
right? In his mind, that's what the deal was. Like I'm not saying that both things could be true, and he's undervaluing what Fury did and overvaluing the costume. Even if the costume did restrict him, perhaps it was still the fact that it was what Fury was doing and not the costume, right? But that's in
Right.
his mind. I'm not here to make these kind of judgments. Like I literally don't.
No, it's not. It's not that.
For
It's
me,
just
it's
your
like
opinion.
the
I mean,
idea.
it's just an
Yeah,
opinion of that.
exactly. Like, both things can be true. Like I don't know that. I for me, what I saw was Fury. Like after he got hit and after he went down,
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see the same
Mm-hmm.
fighter, right? And we talked
Ah,
about
okay.
you talked about the fact that he hit him with the right hand in the round one and round two, right? You said that, but that is when a guy is the strongest, right? So, and it's not like you hit him like you can hit a guy flush, but not in the right place. So if
Right.
he hit flush on the chin and he didn't stagger and he just kept coming forward, okay, fine. He just got the right hand off, but he got the right hand off early. If you notice, even in the first fight, he may not have landed on his head as flush, but he still didn't get him out of there to the ninth. He didn't drop him to the ninth and didn't really hurt him until the 12th. And that's when
Right.
guys, after 10 to 12 rounds, you're fatigued, your strength isn't the same. You might be the same shots that you were able to eat early, you may not be able to eat late.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so does that apply to Wilder? Because I mean, this wasn't a late fight when it went like around past the first half, and it was
No,
over.
but I mean, the fight
So
was like it was even competitive after the third round. I was just speaking to the fact how you were saying that he got hit with the hand in the first and second round. That's when you're at your
Right,
best,
right.
right?
But
Like if you're gonna be
yeah,
able
I
to
mean,
take
but that,
stiff punches,
yeah.
it's gonna be then.
Okay, so you're saying it must have been flush. He just wasn't in the right space. Man, that was did you see where he hit him? He hit him in a temple shot.
Yeah.
Hit him with a temple shot. That's a pressure point. That should have dropped Wilder. You know. But anyway, that's just me. That was one of the things I always wonder. Like, where was the power from that? Like, did the costume do all that early from the first and second round? Was he just like Bambi? Was he like Bambi in the first and second before he went down?
No.
No,
You
no,
see?
no, not no. I mean, but after he went down, that was it. Like he seemed to me to be in like a damaged fighter, right? I thought that he
Right.
kind of was coming back. Like he seemed like maybe he regained it like in the sixth for like 10 or
Mhm.
15 seconds, and then he just got touched again. It was just like, okay, this dude's punch resistance is gone. I don't know what the hell's going on, but he can't
Right.
take nothing. It looks like a stiff breeze would knock him over.
Right. Right. So, do you think in the first fight, you think Tyson Fury hurt him in the first fight?
I I don't know. I don't think so. There was a lot of posturing. I don't know. Maybe there's a seventh
Okay.
round. I think the seventh round, but like Tyson, like hit him with some good stuff. Um, oh right, in the 12th round, yeah, the 12th round definitely. After
Yeah.
Wilder
There you
dropped
go.
him,
There you
and then
go.
Wilder
Right.
rushed in, and he was
Hmm.
he rushed in for the kill and walked right onto that straight. I think it was either straight right from Tyson. Yeah, he seemed hurt then.
A right. He got hit with a right, then a left hook. It's on my
Yeah,
Instagram.
yeah,
I got
yeah,
it
yeah.
on the video. So, and
Yeah.
he buckled. He buckled Wilder. So, like again, like I'm like, okay, well maybe Wilder is undervaluing what Tyson Fury did, and I think because he's bringing all this up. This is my counterpunch. This is my theory. I think he's doing that because he does not want people to admit, or he doesn't want to admit to everyone that
That's a
Tyson
lot.
Fury can hit a lot harder because he was labeling him
Pillow fist.
the pillow fist puncher, feather
Yeah.
duster.
You
Yeah.
know,
You know, and he,
hey, Kurt, you know a couple of things about the sport, right? You know what it's
right,
like to
right.
walk somebody on the punch, right? The idea that
No, I
if
didn't
they're
hear you.
coming
What'd you say?
forward, then you use their momentum. When a guy
Kurt,
is coming forward,
Wi-Fi.
Right.
The
oh,
Wi-Fi is just
Jesus Christ, when a guy
calling.
is coming forward,
Gotcha,
now
gotcha.
I'm
I
just
hear you.
yeah, Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm gonna sit right here and talk to you guys. Okay,
There you go. Yeah,
so
you sound great.
when
Perfect.
a guy's coming forward. When the guy's coming forward, his momentum actually increases the power of the shot. So that shot in the 12th round, that was Wilder coming forward and ran into something. In the second fight, he was stationary coming out of a clinch. And then he got dropped with that shot. That's a different kind of power and different kind of reactions. And as a matter of fact, he reacted way better in the 12th round after having been walked onto a straight right hand than he did from a standing, straight shot to the ear or wherever the hell
So
wherever.
what are you trying to say that led to have something in Fury's glove?
No, I'm not saying that.
Well,
No, I'm saying that when we're talking about the punching power, right? Because we're just talking about the effects. He buckled
no,
him.
he was
When you're
drugged.
coming forward, when you're moving forward, or when you're stepping backwards. Yeah, the punch was received differently. Yeah.
But
At
I'll say
different
this:
levels.
Wilder's power carried to the 12th round. Because if he had not, he wouldn't be able to drop Fury like he did in the first fight. So it carried, you know. So, but I'm thinking like, okay, I don't know. It was all bizarre to me. It was some bizarre shit. And I don't know what the thing with Wilder. I don't know what was going on with him. That's why I'm eagerly anticipating him not to retire, but to get back in there. Let's see what you got.
Do you think he
Let's
should
see.
carry on fighting?
Yeah, what you think, Smoke?
Should he carry on fighting if he wants to? Sure, why not? I mean, it seems like he wants that fight.
I
Do
said,
you,
do you
do,
think he's going to carry on fighting? Not should he?
Yeah.
Do you think?
Yeah. I don't know why he wouldn't.
Because he priced himself out of the Charles Martin fight. I'm just wondering who's going to be a likely can. Who would you say is going to be a? Who would you say is a likely?
Hellenius, damn you.
Wait,
It's
hold on.
Hellenius.
Hold on. I'm missing something. I'm missing a report that you guys have apparently. What is this pricing out of the Charles Martin fight? What are we talking about?
Yeah, he asked for too much money for the Charles Martin fight. That's
Yeah.
why the Charles Martin fight
Where's
is
this
off.
coming from?
Let me look it up for you.
Where's this coming from? What are you talking about? You guys are educating me right now.
You need to be up on the current events sometimes.
Yep.
See, it was.
There's no point in talking past each other. Let's talk about the same facts, right? You bring up
No,
Tay
let's get on the
Jones,
same source.
and just so you know, right? So the Kevin Iole interview that the quote generated, right? That was on the 23rd, not on the night of the fight. It was the next day.
Okay, and your point?
Tay Jones seemed to be talking about what was happening on the night of the fight in the locker room and on the way.
But he still just said what he said. Even it's 24 hours later. Fine, get that.
No, I'm just saying that it seemed like the Tay Jones was talking about something else. It seems like he was talking about Lance Buckmeyer or something else, right?
Yes, probably.
No, I mean they were both talking about the costume, so you can't say it was something else. It was both the costume.
Right, but what Tay Jones said was, I was in the locker room and he didn't talk to anybody, and he didn't talk to anybody on the way to the after party, and we didn't go to the hospital. But we know.
But what else was he saying?
The issue is that we know he went to the hospital, right? That's firstly. We know he definitely went to the hospital.
He said he didn't. You heard he said he didn't, though.
He said he didn't.
Okay, all right. So those are conflicting reports. Other people are saying that he did, but the issue is whether or not he went to the hospital directly after the fight. Because what Tay is saying is he didn't go to the hospital directly after the fight. Not that he didn't go to the hospital at some other point later.
Well, they stitched him up in the room. They do that though. That's standard protocol. Yeah. They stitch you up right there in the dressing room. Mm-hmm. So they did it in the Lotta fight when Canelo busted his eye and he got that uppercut. You know, they do that. So, but what he's saying, it's like, I don't like hearing a lot of different shit because see, you have Lance Pug. He was blasting Lance Pugmire because something else Lance said. I don't even really want to get into because it's not really important. But Lance also mentioned the costume, and he was trying. What Tay Jones was defending the fact that Deontay Wilder, not only didn't he say anything, he didn't have the opportunity to say anything. So how the hell could he say something when nobody else was there? Well, later on, Kevin Iole, which was recently, said the day before, or should I say, sorry, the day after, he had came in and made an interview with Wilder, and Wilder said it was the costume.
No, I get you. And listen, yeah. I know that, and nuance is a bear for people, right? Like people just want a very simple explanation that they can easily digest. Life ain't like that sometimes.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth?
Or maybe it ain't the truth, depending on who it's coming from.
Well, yeah, there you go. Well, because
they're all fucking liars, and that's it. That's it. I don't care. They're all liars. You know it. We know it.
Hold on a second. Let me look this up for you. So I'm gonna mute myself. I'm gonna look up this source for you guys.
By the way, I am in stitches of this Bernard Hopkins thing I just seen.
Yeah, did you see that? Yeah. Well, let me mute myself. But yeah, I'm gonna still hear you though. But keep talking.
Yeah. Bernard looked like, what the fuck happened? I've jacked it up twice while you guys are talking. It's hilarious. It's hilarious, mate. I wish I couldn't play it. He's looking up like, how you get gone out, guys. You guys, if you haven't seen this, hilarity at its fucking finest. That's wild. Yeah, Manny, you don't want to go out like that. Manny, you do not want to go out like that, son.
Well, let's be fair, though. We saw Manny Pacquiao. I'm back, guys, by the way. But we saw Manny Pacquiao get knocked out cold 2 minutes, 59 seconds in the 6th round. Snoring. December 8th, 2012. Snoring. Like Smoke said, snoring. He was out for about 2 minutes, maybe 3. Maybe even damn 3. The man has been so could you get worse than that? And that's when he was still fairly active. You know what I'm saying? Well, I mean, he's always been active. He's Pacquiao, but I don't want to misrepresent the man. But
Yeah.
He got knocked out, dude. You know how long ago that was? Shit, that was 9 years ago. No, sorry. Where's my math? 8 to 18, 10 years. Sorry.
He looked like Nate
14
Robinson.
years ago.
He looked like Nate Robinson.
Yeah. So he was out cold over a decade ago.
Yeah.
I didn't become a Pacquiao fan until the Keith Thurman fight. Like I was never I like skills, right? I like defensive guys. Right, I like guys who protect their wigs, who like to hit and not get hit. I like that kind of stuff, right? So Pacquiao wasn't really stylistically my guy, but I really liked what he did in the Thurman fight. He was head fainting Thurman into paralysis. Loved that performance. Absolutely loved it. But even as a guy who never really appreciated Pacquiao, he was never no damn Nate Robinson. Like, stop that.
No. I'm just saying the position of how his body is lining, like how Nate Robinson looked.
Yeah. He was. Yeah. They were both getting some good rest. Yeah, they were getting good rest.
Yeah. That's why. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Batman.
Okay. Here we go. All right. Rick Glacier. Okay. A fight at hashtag Heyman / hashtag PBC tried to make the IBF eliminator between Deontay Wilder and Charles Martin has fallen apart, as Wilder demanded money not printable since Wilder was KO'd by Tyson Fury and lost his title. Another example of Wilder not fighting. So, anyway.
Right. So if you can get another one, and this is just me, right? And this is, again, when it comes down to the media literacy of it all. Rick Glazier, specifically, that guy, to me, is not a credible source. That's all. But people can take whatever they want from it. I don't go by what Rick Glazier said just because he said a bunch of stuff that later on wasn't corroborated by anybody. And I think that he comes from a position of he just has a particular agenda. He thinks fighters should have promoters, and it's his particular, he's bent on it. Yeah, he's not really down for these self-promoted fighters and whatever. It's just Rick Glazer's thing. To me, Rick Glazer is not one of those guys. He is the voice of guys not being self-promoters.
Okay, so is Deontay Wilder? So Deontay Wilder a self-promoting fighter?
He self-promoted that fight, right? I mean, he's got the Bomb Squad promotions. He co-promoted both Fury fights. I think every fight since the Fury fight, he's had his own promotional thing. He's like one of those guys on the PBC, like Man Down and Lions Den, or I think, what is it?
Lions Only.
Robert Plant has his own now. Sweet Hands or something. Whatever. Those guys come up with their own thing. That's how they rock over there.
Okay, they just have one advisor that's pretty much telling them what to do, but not what to do.
Well, I mean, so Al Heyman, if you know that guy's background, he came from the music biz, so he understands the venues, right? He came with the venues and the corporate sponsorship, so that's really what his thing is. But he also has a business degree, so financial literacy. When he was at Golden Boy, he was there. He was the financial advisor there, like telling fighters what to do and all that stuff. But the guy's not really a promoter, and he managed a couple guys, and he still manages a couple guys, but I think mostly he understands the corporate side of it and the venue side of it, not necessarily the nuts and bolts of the boxing part of it, right? I think he has people that work on that part.
So that's what the two managers, the half manager and JD's or whatever, half manager / trainer and Shelly Finkel, that's for, huh?
Yeah, well, you get that a lot. Like when you get, this about boxing, like a guy walks into a gym, the trainer will take a management position in him, but the trainer is really like kind of a trainer. And if the guy actually pans out, you may farm him out to a better trainer or a better manager. You get your promotional deals, all that stuff. Like, but just a quick note on these guys who are self-promoted. They don't really seem to have a lot of talent when it comes to the promotion part of it, and it seems like they're just cutting out part of the middleman. That's just my own personal take on it.
Well, he had the last.
It's amazing.
So the last promoter was Lou DiBella, right?
Yes.
Say again.
So the last promoter Deontay Wilder had was Lou DiBella, which was what, 19?
No, I think he worked with Tom Brown too. I think as soon as Lou DiBella, he
Oh,
stopped
Tim
working with Lou
Brown.
DiBella. Yeah, Tom Brown, right? Or Tim Brown, yeah.
I thought it was Tim Brown. Yeah, Tim Brown.
All right,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
LGB. You know what I mean? The TGB promotions.
Mm-hmm.
But you can look it up though.
Right.
We can look it up.
So,
See, here's the thing. Phil, I'm very clear about the terms that I use and how I'm using them. But I think that I'm not hearing how you guys are defining excuses, because maybe that's what the issue is. Because if you're going to put something like that up there, I need to understand what you mean by excuse. Because nothing I'm saying is an excuse actually, and from where I'm sitting. So maybe you guys can clear this up. What do you mean when you say excuse?
no, when you basically when
that's not backed up by facts, like what Wilder said, that obviously he feels that Kenny Bayless was drunk, and Mark Breeden spiking his water. So there's no facts of that. So if it's not backed by facts, it's just an excuse.
Well, I mean, what's your take on that in itself? Him and Kenny Bayless, because that's something that Wilder said about Kenny Bayless. Crabs in the barrel.
I think Kenny Bayless.
I'm gonna get you, black man.
Right. So I thought, again, and I've said this already twice, I'll say it again. I think the stoppage was a good stoppage. To me, on the night, it seemed as though Wilder was injured, right? so there's no reason to stop that fight. However, I also think that Kenny Bayless didn't do that great a job.
Why?
Okay. Yeah, that's a good question.
The warnings, there was to me, there was just excessive fouling and not enough warning about it.
By whom though?
By Fury in the clinch.
Fury.
Okay. Well, I mean, he deducted a point. So
Yeah.
what else?
I'm saying, but right. He deducted a point later on, right? But I thought it should have happened sooner, and I thought he should have actually warned the guy sooner and also harder.
Doesn't matter.
Oh, he did. Well, no, he did. No, he did. He just.
I didn't say he didn't do it. I said he should have done it sooner. Not that he didn't do it at all.
So.
All right. Well.
Okay. Well, he definitely couldn't be. He definitely couldn't have been being biased on the Fury side, deducting the point for Fury.
Oh, I mean, no, I don't think anything like that. Like I don't think that Kenny Bayless was in the tank for him. I think Kenny Bayless might be a little bit past it. But whatever. That's like blaming the rest for all right. So.
Yeah, Wilder said that Bayless was drunk because he could smell alcohol on him. So
Oh well, there was a time when they were talking about giving refs drug tests, and everybody was like,
yeah,
the whole thing.
Bayless was tested. Bayless was tested as well, though.
Wow, that's a little.
I thought they just floated the idea, but nothing really came of it. But if it did, then okay.
Crazy, actually. I mean,
he was tested for alcohol.
Okay.
Alcohol.
Okay.
Came up clean. He wouldn't have been able to have even ref the fight. But if the whole conspiracy thing was what Wilder's saying, that they was all in on it, so he tested positive for alcohol, and they just let him still referee the fight.
Well, Smoke, this is my thing. With when you're dealing with the referee. Like Kenny Bayless, you're like he could have cautioned Fury. Yeah, he could have cautioned Fury louder. But I mean, he does have a voice. Kenny Bayless does get crunk from time to time. You say he was passive, but he's kind of an aggressive referee, don't you think?
Yeah.
I mean, he has been historically, but like his last few outings, they haven't been good. Like he did the Top Rank card like last week. It wasn't I don't know. The guy, I think, is just past it.
Okay,
really,
so
when it comes down to it.
All right, in this second fight, talking about who he should have gave a stern warning to. Did he warn Tyson? Did he warn Deontay Wilder about all those hits behind the head when they were in the clinch?
I would have to go back. I would have to go back and see what you're talking about because I didn't see that. What I saw was Tyson Fury. What I saw was Tyson Fury leaning on the guy. So
he's doing that. Headlocks.
It would be right. Yep. Exactly. So it's not really possible to hit somebody behind the head from that position.
No. I'm not saying that. Well, I'm not saying at that time. But look, there were just I'm not going to say just as many. Wilder, if you know anything about what you watch Wilder fights, You've never seen
Yeah.
Wilder hit nobody behind the head ever.
Of course I have.
He does that all. He did that in the Ortiz, the first fight at least. He didn't really have a chance to do it in the second fight.
Right, but
The first
that
fight.
is a separate. Okay, so right,
All
so
right, all right. I'm just saying the history
you
of him.
guys have got,
All
but
right, let's go
we're
back.
talking about different things now, right? We're
Cool.
talking
No,
like
no, we're talking about the same shit. The
okay,
same shit because he's doing the
okay,
same
here,
No,
I'll
shit.
tell you how we're
let
talking
him
about
finish,
different things.
Mo.
I'll tell you how
No,
we're
we're
talking about
not.
different things.
No, we're not. How
I'll
you
tell you
figure
how.
that?
Okay, I'm trying to tell you how we're talking about the same things about different things, right? So
Okay.
the idea that Wilder was punching Fury in the head, behind the head
Behind the
in a
head.
clinch,
Yeah.
behind the head in the clinch is totally different than whether or not he's ever punched somebody in the head behind the head ever, right? So
Okay.
right. So yes, he punched Ortiz behind the head, but it wasn't from a clinch.
Okay. But this was.
Right, so that's what I'm saying. I don't know the instances that you're talking about. From what I saw, most of the clinching was initiated by Fury, and he was pushing his head down. I
Okay.
don't remember these rabbit punches.
You need to. I'm gonna
I
tell
will
you.
say to you
Go
that
ahead.
I just of the fights of the last weekend. I definitely saw a bunch of that happening in a bunch of fights where guys would clinch and hit dudes in the back of the head. And the warnings came; they were like kind of lukewarm warnings, but you do get warnings. They're not necessarily hard warnings. Like that kind of clinch hitting in the back of the head that happens tons, right? And yeah, and guys get warning for it as they should.
Okay. Well, I know those fights we were talking about. Forget the Ortiz fight. You're right. We need to stay on this fight. This particular fight. You need to watch that again. So because I can't talk about something you didn't see.
He could check it out now while on. He could put it on his phone.
I mean, but he wants me to look through 7 rounds of it, right? So I mean, I'm not gonna. I am not saying that what he's saying is wrong. I'm just saying that that's not what I witnessed. I didn't witness Wilder punching Fury behind the head in the clinch. I just didn't see that. Right?
Okay. So I mean, because that was
I did.
something that I noticed. But see, the thing is,
Sorry.
I know I know the history and I know the tendencies or the habits that Wilder does, and he does those from fight to fight. If he's not an inside fighter, he's a long range fighter. So
Yes.
if he cannot catch you, and this is what was happening. Fury was beating him to the punch. Either if he would put him in that headlock or whatever, or you put his head down and lean on him. We already know that. You've seen that, right? We seen that.
Mm-hmm.
But when they were clinching, they either if Wilder was still swinging, if Wilder and Fury was still swinging, Deontay Wilder would give him a whack in the back of the head because there was nowhere to hit him. So you know how fighters, they frustrate if they're frustrated.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I know that happens a bunch. I just didn't see that was happening in that particular fight. It seems that to me, one of the reasons why Wilder isn't an inside fight. I mean, besides the skill thing, the dude's got really long arms. The mechanics of the way that guy fights. I don't see him generating a lot of power from being up close.
How
Right?
do you know? How can you say that this is not fact? You said you're going from the place of fact.
I'm literally saying what my opinion is, but I'm talking about my opinion right now.
You can't talk about unless you, like you said to us, you're going to get
Right,
that
but
specify
ladies,
that after.
Chann, what I said is I separate.
We're going to play by all rules across the board. Smoke can't be.
Well, I mean,
Great.
if
The issue that we're having is when I'm giving my opinion, I say that I'm giving my opinion. When I'm saying that's a fact, I differentiate when I say what my opinion is and what a fact is. In my
I'm
opinion,
waiting to say a fact. That's what I'm still waiting for.
I mean, my fact about what? The fact is, I didn't see what Kurt is talking about.
Anything on the topic of Wilder, I haven't heard you say any facts.
Okay,
I didn't
great.
hear it. Can you tell me your
great.
opinion
So
again?
I think that
Can you
other
tell
people
me?
have heard me say some facts, but maybe you haven't.
All right.
I haven't because I can see the comments.
Smoke.
I haven't, but go on. Sorry. That's a fact.
Smoke.
They haven't.
Okay, you know what's a fact?
Smoke.
Since I've been watching boxing, the sanctioning bodies have increased 100%. That is a fact.
That's a fact.
Do you want me to say something a fact about Wilder? Wilder may believe, but everything that Wilder says, he may believe to be true.
That may be a fact, may not. We don't know, but yeah, that's a possibility.
Yeah, I mean that's something we'll never. That's something we'll never.
That's a possibility.
Yeah, we'll never know that.
That's a possibility. It's not a fact.
Right. Great. Another thing that's a fact is that both sides said that the reason why the trilogy didn't happen was because of the scheduling for the networks.
That's a fact that they both said that, but it doesn't mean that's a fact. So
Yeah,
that was why.
Correct. That's why I said.
That was
That's
definitely a fact.
That's why I said it the way I said.
About a. Yeah, it was definitely a fact about it.
That doesn't mean it's
about a particular
about
a particular attempt for that fight. Yeah, that was one of the issues. So yeah, that's a fact that was an issue between the networks.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So
right. Correct. That's
right.
what I'm just. If we want to go through all the facts, just so we can refresh our memories about the facts that I've pointed out about this whole thing, so it doesn't come across that I'm just talking about my opinions and presenting them as facts the way that I accuse you guys of doing. We can go through all this stuff, right?
Okay. So So Smoke, what did you say? What did you say about when you don't generate power when you're in a clinch? Is that what you said?
No, I was saying that while it seems to me that Wilder's the way that guy fights, he doesn't necessarily generate a bunch of power when he's close, right? So
that's true. I mean, I believe that to be true.
Yeah, right, right. So the whole clinching thing, hitting it. No, I know. I'm just talking about my opinion from what I've seen. I'm not taking any punches from Wilder, so it's very convenient for me to say, hey, he's not generating a lot of power up close when I'm not the one taking the punches, right? I'm just talking about from what I'm looking at. It seems like his long, gangly ass arms. He hasn't figured out the mechanics of generating a bunch of power up close.
Well, I mean, that's a lot of fighters, though. I mean, that's just okay.
Yeah,
that's
I know.
One of the reasons why, let's say a fighter like Enes Lara, right? That's why Lara will never be like a Floyd because he has longer arms. He has the Conor McGregor-like arms. He's not going to be a technically really gifted inside fighter with arms like that. The physicality won't allow him to. You know what I'm saying?
That's the only point I'm making. Yeah, it's the only point I'm making.
Yeah. So Wilder, he's not gonna have that type of power he has from a long range because he's a long range fighter. He's long and lanky, oblong, strong, but long and lanky or whatever, the thin cat. But what I'm saying is, look at that fight again and count, because this is what I did. I did that. We're live. I did it with hey, I counted every foul from each guy.
I was on your live.
Right. So, and you notice anytime you hit someone in a clinch, pop, 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 he was whacking behind the head because he couldn't figure out how to hit this guy. It might have been frustration or whatever. I'm pretty sure it was, but it didn't stop it from actually happening. It happened. So, then I didn't see. Well, what I'm saying is, I know you're gonna check it out. So when you check it out, just like I'm just giving this to you before I conclude. It's like you didn't see Kenny Bayless say anything towards Wilder about anything. So that's why I'm like, okay, well, where was your refereeing, towards both fighters? I just seen it was towards Fury because he did tell Fury, hey, I'm going to start deducting points. Now he could have said that louder. He could have, but he did what he said he was going to do. I thought it was kind of out of the blue, me personally, because the fifth round, like, what the hell is he doing? 1 point. I'm like, okay, well, what the hell? So, but again, that was one of the things that Wilder said. And at this point, where all the things that he thinks, either he believes that shit or not, it's got to come from some kind of delusion at this point, because you can't have that many and all of them be on point. And that's my problem with a lot of these channels. Like, these guys, they don't have their own opinion. Like, you have your own opinion. I see you. Well, I don't believe that. So I'm not putting you there. But what I'm saying is, there's channels out there that will agree on every particular thing that was said. And I'm like, well, you believe everything? You know what I mean? Without just really thinking about the facts. Now, as far as the test findings and stuff, I just heard that today. So that blew my mind about him having anything in his system. And then if that's the case, why is he up for review? Because you have to go up for review if if you have some type of finding.
Yeah, definitely, man. I got questions. Listen, I have definite questions. I wanted to understand what the substance was. Is it a banned substance? Is that why it wasn't? Is it about trace amounts of a substance? Like, it seems to me that what he is, the underpinnings of his accusation, right, needs some investigation, right? I need to understand what this tox screen is about. I need to understand what this doctor actually said. So then I can actually come with a conclusion, because what he threw out there has more questions. I can't actually make a determination. I just need to
Yeah.
know.
Well, see, the thing is, based on what he's saying versus what we know. See, I'm like this. If Wilder, because it's been enough things that's been said about Wilder to me, if he can't supply that, and I know damn well, and we both know. Look, even Jarrell Miller had minute traces of something, and boom, he got popped. Right? So, and that was minute. It was very, 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 very little amount.
Very little amount.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but those are banned substances, right? So,
Well,
so let's see. So let's see if what this muscle relaxer that he's talking about is actually even a banned substance.
well, I mean, it has to be a banned substance. You can't have
Anything that
any.
isn't declared,
don't know.
anything that isn't declared is
Smoke. You can't have. Yeah, anything that's not declared, right? So, if, in other words, if he had a shot, he had to clear that shot of having. Hey, look. By the way, guys, he got to sign that waiver of the things that he took or the injuries that he had. Okay, that's how they popped Manny Pacquiao.
That's
how
how
they
with
popped
Ortiz. And Ortiz, he didn't.
Well, that's all right. That's a different
about
thing.
his high blood pressure tablets, pills.
Right, exactly.
So it popped dirty. If he had declared it, Wilder would have cleared it.
Well, see, what I'm saying is that's how they got Manny, because how Manny got himself. Remember, he was like, my son in the Floyd fight.
Yeah.
And he didn't. And they were like, well, no, Manny, you had to select what was wrong with you prior to the fight. So if you're using that as an excuse, which Floyd didn't care for, by the way, he's like, I ain't gonna fall for that. I mean, you threw that punch enough, which, that was an excuse.
Yeah, of course.
You see what I'm saying? That's what you call an excuse, something that you're alluding to, except he was better than me. He was faster. He threw the right hand. He countered me, and I couldn't catch him like I wanted to. That was the whole gist of the Floyd versus Mayweather fight. Right. That was what it was. I caught him a couple times with my left, but it wasn't enough. That's that.
Right.
So if you see anything to me, Smoke, anything that doesn't concern me and that other fighter and what we did in the ring is an excuse.
Right.
That's
so
it.
So Manny was saying that the reason why he lost was because he had a shoulder injury. Right.
Right.
Wilder is asking this. Wilder is saying the reason why he didn't feel like himself was because of the costume. Right. These are materially different things. You do understand that, right?
Those are different things materially, but they all mean the same. He was saying that I am not the same because of that particular costume.
Right. But one guy is saying, okay, so just to even go back to the Kenny Bayless thing, right? So I think that we can critique Kenny Bayless without saying that is the reason why Wilder lost. I don't think Wilder lost.
We can definitely X him out.
Right. I don't think that the reason why Wilder lost was because of what Kenny Bayless did. Right. When you need the ref to bail you out, that means you're not doing enough to make the ref have to do something. Right. So if he is doing excessive fouling, then guess what? I am of the mindset that you should foul that dude back. That's the way I get down. Like Andre Ward style. I'm not going to let the reason why I lose a fight be because I'm trying to play Pollyanna by the rules, while this other guy is running roughshod all through my kitchen. Like, nah, if you're gonna come in my kitchen, then you're gonna feel some of this heat too, right? So, but I think that you can still critique Kenny Bayless without saying that the reason why he lost was because of Kenny Bayless.
Right. Well, right? I mean, I know the reason he lost, because he didn't have a game plan that was set for Fury's game plan. He was coming forward. He didn't think Fury was going to come forward. I honestly believe that. I don't believe that Deontay Wilder thought that Fury was going to do what he said he was going to do. Now, had he knew that, you probably would have been seeing round 13 of that round 12. Remember, he caught him because Fury got a little cocky and he got his ass nailed because he was on the line and he got nailed straight up the pipe. And then he threw a left hook, dropped him. But Wilder thought, nah, he's going to do the same shit he did in the first fight. I know what to do with him. He's going to dance around. He's going to jab me from the outside. But I'm going to wait. And I'm going to catch him. Yeah. So he was waiting for Fury to overcommit to something so he could do the same thing he did in the first fight.
He wasn't expecting to be bombarded.
He wouldn't expecting all that shit from Fury. Fury said, I'm going to beat you. I'm going to beat you, your shit house, your big Dawson, this, that, and the other. And I'm going to come right at you and I'll knock you out in 2 rounds, he said. 2 rounds.
And he was so cocky, he didn't even hire a cut man because he didn't think he was
Yeah, that was bad.
Look at that backlash. Your ears was bleeding. Everything was bleeding.
But again, he ain't the only one that did that. Fucking Mike Tyson, they bought Vaseline.
Anybody that does that is a silly fighter. Anyone, not just Wilder, any fighter that doesn't have a cut man in their corner is stupid.
Listen, I mean, yeah, there's the stupidity of Wilder. If you want to talk about that, like what I think was stupid, we already talked about how he took responsibility for not prepping for the costume. But I think the costume in and of itself was stupid. I think it's ugly to begin with, and then the idea, right? So just on the night, right? So I didn't I thought that why the hell do you have batteries in that helmet in the face mask? Yeah. It's just ridiculous. Skulls and all. Why do you need to do? It's not wrestling. It's not Halloween. Put on a glove, put on a robe, put on your glove, put on your shoes.
Smoke.
Go out there and do your thing.
Ask yourself this question though, Smoke.
Yeah.
Did that represent Black History Month?
No. What the hell was that the thing? Right. And you know what? And I just made that comment actually on Lady Chann's video about the Kevin Iole re-releasing the quote. I was like, that costume is now a Black History Month trivia question.
The uniform. You called it the uniform. It's a uniform.
I'm not with any of that shit. I don't, that's that wrestling stuff. Michael Hunter coming out with ass or Gary Rose. I don't need all that. That's for pageantry, for people who the fight isn't enough for them. For some reason, people need to have the passions whipped up. They need to go in for a fighter. I just like the fights. I haven't got through 4 decades of this because I'm so interested in who is actually taking the proper amount of responsibility after a loss. I don't give a damn about this for real, guys.
Well, the thing is, I mean, if you have that many, you're not really taking ownership of it. Now he could fair play, like you say, about a costume. If he said, well, maybe it made look, it's just another issue with him not taking full responsibility for the other guy beating him.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? That's all. That's really basically that's the gist of it.
Okay, let me ask you this.
If it was just okay, go ahead.
Let me ask.
Yep.
He said, in the night of the, in the ring, he gave Tyson Fury his props. Later on, it appears that he thinks that Tyson Fury's success was aided by some other stuff. How much do you give? If you and I'm asking for a little bit of charity here. Let's say that you believe what Wilder is saying to be true. How much props would you give Fury in that circumstance?
If I'm Wilder and I think that, okay, so if I'm putting myself in Wilder's shoes. If I think a man cheated me, okay, that's one thing. So I can't give him that much. If I honestly believe somebody, because you know what I mean, because he might, like you said, he might believe that 100%. Like this dude, I don't care what nobody say, you fucking cheated me.
You cheated me.
You know, as long and here's the thing, as long as I got other people believing that shit, it's what I'm saying. It makes me not look as crazy. Okay. Or you know what I mean, or it aids my belief that this guy cheated me. So I don't give him that much. So you're right about that.
Mm-hmm. Right.
You're right about that.
Here's the thing. I don't think that Wilder really cares about whether or not people believe what he has to say or in his corner.
But I do.
Here's the thing. I don't know how many boxing fans. I don't know how many boxing fans are going to co-sign a man wanting to give birth to a baby. Right. Going through childbirth. Lady Chann, it would have been great. If I can, for the purposes of this conversation, if I would have come back to Lady Chann with I pushed one out myself, then where would it have been at? We would have been a completely weird conversation, right? For me, the guy says stuff that clearly doesn't mind being on an island of one.
Well, yeah, he says them off. I don't really like to talk about that. I mean, that's kind of soap opera, but yeah, I don't really even. I don't even think. Matter of fact, I didn't even report that when he came out. Like, oh, dude, that's just something.
I know. I skipped past it myself. I didn't care. I'm glad you didn't report it.
But I mean, it's awful. But see, here's the thing. He thinks a guy cheated him, but all these other factors, your trainer, the ref, then then the costume was the first, but then you're adding all that up. It's just like, dude, you're just bringing up a bunch of stuff to really either blur out or cover up what is really the deal. See, if I'm going to believe one thing, I can't believe all of it. You know what I mean? Like, you want me to believe that my trainer, we're basically, no, I'm sorry. My trainers.
You didn't even touch on Mark Breland saying what he said and what Smoke thought.
Well, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. If he believes Mark Breland spiked his water, and then in the interview with Brian Custer, he said, well, I got on JD's too. Did you see that interview?
Yeah.
Smoke?
Oh.
Yeah, I remember he said I got on JD's too, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm like, okay, well, why would you know what I'm saying? Like, what's the punishment that fits? You definitely know Tyson Fury cheated because of the gloves, but then the guy that you still have on your team is the guy that was responsible. Fuck all the officials. Because see, you're right. If the officials missed it, that means your coach is responsible. Would that mean he's going to slack off because there's officials in there? No, he's supposed to do his job. So if he didn't do his job, to play devil's advocate, if Tyson Fury was cheating, that means JD's didn't do his job. So he definitely should have been gone before Mark Breland. So what was going on with the disciplinarian instruction, or you know what I'm saying? Like with these two guys, like, okay, why do you still have one and not the other? I'm not even worried about the race thing. I'm worried about why is that?
I got you. I got you. So I mean, I am going to I'm going to give you what I think could be happening, right? My opinion about it, because I actually don't know. But it just just the logic part of it. It appears to me that Mike Breland was brought in to take Wilder to the next level, right? He's already with JD's. He brought in Breland later on, right? So Breland is supposed to be there to upgrade Wilder's skills, right? If there's a point when everyone is saying that Wilder has not reached his skill, like the peak of his skills. If loyalty is a big thing for you, and you see that Breland is telling tales out of school about your training and about criticizing you to the public, it may say, and JD's is not doing that. It could be that since Breland is a late addition anyway, that he would, it's the last hired, first fired kind of thing. But at the same time, right? There's a few different things. I don't know. Like, I feel as though, and this is again my opinion on the outside looking in, the mess that I saw in the ring on that fight, like one of the biggest contrasts of that fight was the difference in the corners. The way Tyson Fury's corner looked versus the way that Wilder's corner looked. Tyson Fury's corner looked like a professional, well-run machine. What the instructions that Sugar Hill was giving him were on point. It was calm, cool, collected. Like, it was brilliant. What was going on in Wilder's corner? It was like monkeys humping a doorknob, right? So who's ultimately responsible for that? Wilder is. How much responsibility did he take for that? Not sure, right? Like the idea that you fired Breland because you guys had a agreement, that he signed an agreement that no fight should be stopped. I'm not really down for agreements like that, but I'm a fan.
Yeah, like who's going to promise that?
Right?
Who's going to promise that?
I'm not down for that, and for just as a fan, I am not trying to watch somebody die in a ring. So I just like that. The concept of something like that, I'm not with, right? So, but they've worked that out beforehand. So it seemed to be a fireable offense. So if that's the agreement that they had and he violated the agreement, okay, then that means you're out of here. What that has to do with spiked water, no idea.
So you think the spiked water was kind of like the icing on the cake then?
No,
like,
I think I think that throwing in the towel was the icing on the cake for him, and him saying that Mark Breland spiked his water is insult to injury, right? But for me, the whole thing logically doesn't make sense. If you think that you were drugged, why would you be upset that somebody stopped the fight? Did you think that you were going to win the fight even drugged? Even though you're like getting your ass whipped pillar to post? It doesn't stand up to logic, right? So for that part of it, doesn't stand up to logic for him. But it's not like it would be the first time Wilder did something that didn't stand up to logic for him.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't. I think that's ridiculous. But like to even you see how many things you have though that one person thinks about the whole ordeal. Like, look, that night was messed up, and let me tell you why this, that, and the other. So those don't come off as excuses to you. None of them.
But bro, he was answering a question. It's not like he's just ruminating about like sitting on the side of the road fishing and just giving out a bunch of stuff. He literally was asked a question that he answered. But there's the cliche. There's a cliche that success has 1,000 parents and failure's an orphan.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
There you go.
Right. So,
right.
Like nobody, it's everybody's fault when things goes wrong. Right. Insofar as I see Wilder taking a responsibility, he said that there's snakes in the camp that he should have excised sooner. He said that he should have tested out the costume beforehand.
Right. I mean, well, to be fair, those guys did say that he did test that out. He wore that costume, and then because they were interviewed after that, So again, it's just like I just see a person that can't admit that loss if he thinks that guy's cheated, but then everybody else is wrong too. But the only thing that he can vouch for, which I don't really even think he really took ownership for, was the costume. I just think it was just something else. Because see, there's nothing technically he said again that, well, hey, he was the better. He said he was the better man that night, right? He did say that at first, but obviously, according to Tay Jones, like, hey, I even told Big Bro, this is what he calls Wilder. I told Big Bro, like, look at this. Hey, look at this. So I honestly don't believe all that shit really came from Wilder, but I think he believed it after it was brought to his attention. You see what I'm saying? So
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think he got some more information and then changed what he thought the source was, right? And so at that point, if you now think that the reason why that you have like some material events or phenomena that may have impacted the result, like how much credit are you going to going around giving Fury? Like it doesn't really. What it comes down to in the end is that people believe what they want to believe, and you can cite the reasons why that led you to this particular belief. And I'm not mad at it. The issue is that people are acting like beliefs are facts and not just saying this is what I believe versus this is definitely what happened.
Right. See, because these conflicting things, I know that's not the truth. You see what I'm saying? So we might not know the whole truth, but we know it ain't. You see what I'm saying? So in this situation, the third fight, it's a shame that it hasn't happened, because if it never happens, it would be a shame because of all the other things. Now I will admit, these channels did make a good thing up. They built the third fight by the idea of a possible cheating situation from Team Fury. Because if he cheated, that means he didn't win fair and square. So that meant like, hey, Wilder on the next fight will be at that level that he should have been either that night due to whatever. You know what I'm saying? So I think that a lot of people covered up for him. If it's not Wilder, it was people with Wilder. But understand something. The people that say that about Wilder, especially the closest people, he like you said, he's only responsible for what is said about him. See, when he co-signed the whole thing, the only thing he didn't co-sign was the bicep. He was like, well, I never said nothing about the bicep. Stop me from that. Other people said that. But as far as all that other stuff and he's agreeing with it, that's hard to believe. So it's like, well, what category do you put it? You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like, I guess it is what you really want to think. Because I was a big Tyson fan. When Lennox Lewis beat Tyson, like, you know what I mean? To be fair, if this shit would have went out, came out, hey, Lennox Lewis had some shit in his glove. That's it. That's how Tyson's eye was all busted up. You see, he was busted with both of his eyes was busted. It would have been easier to believe versus the actual truth. You see what I'm saying? So because I was a Mike Tyson, that shit hurt me to my core when when Lennox Lewis did that to him. You know, because I mean,
yeah, for me, it's more about I don't think all right, and we're talking about whether or not Wilder's should be saying this stuff, right? And I'm of two minds about it, like for real. Like I understand that what he is saying, he has opened himself up to all of this negative backlash. Specifically, what he's saying, like if he played the game in a more sophisticated manner, I think he could definitely change what people are saying about him somewhat, right? Authenticity says something to me. Like whether or not you like the guy, whether or not like if you think his authenticity is fake or whatever, I think that the dude is actually standing in his truth. As diluted as you may think that truth may be, I think that he actually is coming across to me as a guy who is talking about what he believes to be the facts.
But it would have been better if we like it was a couple of things were from the horse's mouth, from himself, but then a lot of them were from like his fan base. And it would have been, if he would have thought all of these things, he would have came and said them first and foremost himself. And then we would have been like, these is deluded as fuck, but at least he's the one that's saying it. It's like he said he said nothing at first, and then when he saw what was being accumulated from his fans, it was just like he just decided and thought, fuck it. Like, because even if like what Kurt said, you couldn't, even him as himself couldn't believe that every single one of those theories or thoughts could have been true. Like, cool, go with a couple maybe, but every single one, like,
right. But so here, right. So the issue is, can you complain about Kenny Bayless? Can you think that Mark Bruno is disloyal? Can you think that the costume was a reason why you didn't feel the way that you felt that night? Can you think that somebody spiked your water? And can you think that he had a foreign object in his gloves? And all those
all
things
in
being
one
the
night,
case,
the
right?
possibilities that
Right?
well, you could,
Right.
yes, yeah,
So
you
I
could,
think.
you could,
So here's the thing. So here's the thing.
if you,
Right. So to me, none of that to me rises to this level of nefarious plot to like twist everybody's mind to make believe them something that he doesn't believe. Right. To me, that I think that you can have all of those positions. I think maybe Wilder thinks that he could have come back, or even if he couldn't have come back, he wants the opportunity to come back, and that Kenny Bayless, well, not really Kenny Bayless, but that Mark Breland robbed him of that chance, even though Mark Breland was being paid to not take that opportunity away from Wilder. He can criticize Bayless for the way that he left, because I think that anybody could see that you could kind of criticize that without saying that's the reason why he left. I mean, the reason why he lost, right? And still have that happen. You can, if what he is saying about the doctor is true, right? Then also you could see why Wilder would say it. But at this point, all we have is Wilder saying that's what the doctor said, and Wilder's brother saying that's what the doctor said. We don't know that that's actually what the doctor said.
yeah, we don't.
Right, and even if
And
the top screen, even if the top screen, let's say, what you guys were saying about it makes sense to me, but I don't know enough about it in order to like agree or disagree. Right, to me, that's one of those things that comes out in the wash. Right, if Wilder is saying that, because another thing that he said that took away from was that that there would be a civil suit if he didn't get a fight, and that's the kind of thing that would come out in a civil suit. That's also another reason why I don't think that mediation is about getting a check, because that check, like he said, he's going to sue the dude afterward. Like that's the real lawsuit for a check. That's after the mediation happens if he doesn't get the fight.
it's after arbitration.
Yeah, mediation, arbitration, yes, yeah. If the arbitration, if he doesn't get the third fight as a result of arbitration and mediation, it's my understanding that he is supposed to be doing the civil suit.
Okay, so when Anthony Joshua fights with Fury, because obviously that Anthony Joshua is fighting for the WBC belt, just to give it devil's advocate, they fight twice. Anthony Joshua beats Fury twice, obtains the WBC. Why Why do you think Fury's gonna now fight Wilder? What game is that for? Doubtless.
You know, Wilder fighting Fury, I believe that both of those guys, but really, I think the reason why these guys fight is money. Like this idea that they're fighting for like legacy and belts and all this stuff, to me is a bunch of cap.
Fury's
Like I don't buy it. Like I think right.
Yeah.
I think that I think the motivating factor is tens of millions of dollars. I also think that there's now some personal animosity between the guys, so they can beat each other up and make tens of millions of dollars in the process.
Okay, but Fury said that Anthony Joshua was his retirement fund, so the likelihood.
I mean, I hear you. Listen, Fury is.
And Deontay Wilder's like 36 years old, 35, 36. They've got 2 fights to have, mate, and they ain't even had the first one yet, which is deemed to be happening in May or June. And then let's say they'll have the rematch in December 2022, and who knows, there may be a trilogy, which will bring it into. Come on, bruv, Wilder ain't having a look in. So this we know.
Well, here's the thing. So
more likely,
let me ask you a question.
For compensation, not for a third fight. He knows there's no third fight actually going to happen now. He's out the runnings. He's out.
Okay,
he's
so
out. Not that I want him to. But
so let me. No, I get it, and you may absolutely be correct, right? But let's offer another possibility, right? Let's offer a possibility that the arbitration says that the contract isn't canceled, and that the third fight should happen. And Fury says, "I'm not going to have the fight. I don't want that fight to happen. That dude offended me and my people, so I'm never going to fight the guy." And so the WBC takes the belt away.
Well, why would they do that?
Do you still think that does the fight still have the same?
Yeah, the WBC already had offered that, and
yeah, that's not going to happen. Yeah,
not ever going to happen. They are not going to strip Fury of the
right. So
belt.
The WBC actually came out and also asked Fury what is going on with this situation. What are you doing? So it sounds like. So let me finish. If I can just finish. Yeah. It sounds like the WBC, and I haven't seen it. If you guys have seen the contract, cool. Let's work from the same set of facts. But I certainly haven't seen it, so this is complete ignorance on my part. But it sounds as though, from what the WBC said to Tyson Fury, is that the WBC is involved in this contract dispute somehow. Like maybe the language of the contract has the WBC involved. So that's the only possibility. Let's say that the contract does have language in it that implicates the WBC, and the arbitration comes back. The judge says, you know what, this third fight needs to happen. If the belt is on the line, right, and Fury says, no, I don't care about this WBC belt. I'm Tyson Fury. I'm bigger than all the belts. I just want to make this fight. Is this still the fight that's going to be happening in June? And it's still the fight that everybody wants to see?
Yeah, I think it was Mauricio Suleiman. He was on a live. It was Arts Live. I watched the live. It was either I can't remember the. It's a channel that I'm not familiar with. A black guy that runs the channel, and he's the face of the channel. Or it could have been Seconds.
I believe it was Fred with Barbershop Conversations, man.
Was it Fred?
Yeah, well, matter of fact, it was Fred. It was Fred.
Yeah, I think.
There's he also did like something with he also did something with a print organization too.
Yeah, I think Boxing Social Arts did Mauricio as well. I think Boxing Social or Seconds Out as well, and they had him on there. This was literally like 2-3 weeks ago. Yeah. So
I mean that's really just the thing. Like people extrapolate. Yeah, like people extrapolate, all kinds of things, right? They like the contract expired, VADA does this, and I get it, and I would just be like, are you certain about things you don't know? Like, what's all the certainty about?
No, so what we do know is that Tyson Fury won't be stripped. That is what I would say. What we do know, that is a fact, because Mauricio Suleiman said it, and in front of you. So that's fact.
Well,
what we're just
that's based on what he said.
Well, Mauricio Suleiman is a little fraud. Don't get it twisted. But I mean, he said that the WBC wouldn't be stripping Tyson Fury in order to make the Tyson Fury and AJ fight not to happen, because to force him to fight.
Yeah, that's what he said, though. That is what he said.
That's what he said. Who knows? We'll see.
Right.
At this time, that's what he said. I'm just going by what we have.
He definitely said one thing and then said something else later, and then said something else again later on. So like, it just depends on which statement that you're taking out from what's not. Like, so here's let me just clarify.
One thing and then one thing later.
I got that. I got what you're saying, Lady Shan. But what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is that the what Mauricio Suleiman is talking about could be it perhaps could be affected by what is happening in the contract and in arbitration, right? And that part of it hasn't played itself out. But I'm going to offer like another thing, right? So the arbitration, the entire arbitration process, it only has jurisdiction in the United States. The WBC is a Mexican organization, and Tyson Fury is not an American fighter. Like, so, let's say the arbitration goes against Tyson Fury, and Tyson Fury says, "I don't give a damn. I'm still not going to fight you, and I just won't fight in America. I'm going to fight somewhere else," right? And maybe the WBC says, "I don't give a damn about what the U.S. says, even if the WBC language is part of the contract. We're a Mexican company." Right. So there's all of this is at play. Who knows how this is actually going to shake out? I'm just saying
that's too much cooking for the wood out. We're just dealing with what we've got available to us. Like all the stuff that we're talking about is what's been presented and what's available to us. We can't just always speak like 5 trajectories ahead at all times. It's just too much.
But that's the issue. That is the issue, that people, I feel like, are gleaning on to what is actually convenient. And they're going to the low-hanging fruit and then saying they're certain about what they're saying is the fact while they're going after the low-hanging fruit.
No, because, like, even if you're going to do, like opinions and stuff, you try to make well-informed opinions by the information that you have available. So that's how I try to base opinions, like, by what we have available. Whereas I feel that some of the wild decks, they just pluck from, the atmosphere, or as Bob Arrow said, the hemisphere, just this wild stuff that bears no weight, really. That's all. So
that's the issue, right? But
I'm just waiting for you guys, because it's just so easy to checkmate. Like, if I was it's so easy to checkmate all this stuff, because VADA are never going to throw away the samples, the urine samples and stuff like that. So that's always going to be available for him. So as soon as he gets the thing that you said that should show up about him having the drug in his system, then he can take that, and then everybody can start doing the litigations, and everybody be like, yeah, go Wilder. I'll be the first one be like, yeah, Wilder. Till then, mate, shoulda, coulda, woulda. This is what I'm saying. It's you're I'm not saying yourself, but people that are from the Wilder camp and crew and collective and fan base are going with things that they don't actually have any information that's given them to have these reasonings as such, and they're portraying it like it is as fact. This is this is that, this is that. Well, just put everything to bed, and like one foul swoop, Kenny Bayless, he's already been tested. That's off. So drop that. So why doesn't Wilder be admirable enough to say, okay, guys, with that, I actually did think that I smelled alcohol on Kenny Bayless, and you threw a man under the bus like that. It's rude. At least that's been struck off that Kenny Bayless wasn't drunk. So do the admirable manly thing and come to your fan base and say, guys, you can quit with that. I honestly thought he was drunk, and it's been proven he wasn't. So, shouts out to Kenny Bayless. Sorry about that. No, it depends on how Kenny Bayless wants to take that. But, there's no, is there a word called admirability? I don't know. If there isn't, there should be one, because I just don't see anything admirable. Like, there's nothing. He's not taking anything into account where things are kind of picked off, that you're not even saying to your people, yo, chill. Like, I've got it. I'm gonna sort this out. He's just fueling it. You can't be saying things about people within their jobs that they've turned up to work drunk, sir, with not any proof. It's out of order. It's out of order. It's already been proven that Kenny Bayless wasn't drunk. So if you're saying he believes these things, cool, believe them all day until they are proven that your beliefs are nothing but air. And then once those are proven, you should apologize.
Yeah. So, when it comes down to proving the things that he's saying, I think there's definitely a lot to be desired, right? Like I said, like even if the talk screen says that you did it, how are you going to attribute that to Mark Breland? To the extent that I'm interested in this stuff, this is the stuff that I'm interested in. Like, I'll go you one better. If everything that Wilder says is the case, right? Or not even that. If it's possible that you could put egg weights into your gloves during a rap session, I feel like that is something that that boxing needs to shore up, regardless of even if Fury did it. If you can actually do that, I don't think that is. I think fighter safety is actually too important to put the onus on the other team catching it. Right? Like that just seems. It seems like you can do a better job when it comes to fighter safety. Put a camera up. Put a camera up. Let everybody see the raps. And if there's any issue about the rap situation, then you have the cameras. But you just go look at the video feed and you can see, hey, you know what? This guy never tampered with any of the rap.
Well, you know what?
I feel like boxing can make these sort of. I think that boxing can accommodate these kind of easy fixes to make sure that we don't have these kind of controversies and try to figure out through abductive, inductive, or deductive reasoning what the hell is going on. And when you're left with all we have is the best available facts, if all we have is the best available facts, there's any number of ways that we can get the conclusion wrong.
Yeah, like there's many a place, many a state in America where certain of these types of skullduggeries could occur. But just in the whole Nevada, what is it, Nevada state? It's where the WBC is tied to. That it's with that. It's just going to be mad difficult for all that just to be all of those things to have been done. But hey, like you said, you never know. But JDS would still be, held. He should be held accountable for that. But also that when we see like the fighters, they said the camera stopped rolling and stuff. That Tyson Fury's team allowed the cameras to roll. They don't have to allow. That's not a stipulation that the fighters have to allow the cameras to actually roll whilst in the changing rooms. So just for that mere fact, if you would have thought, if I'm going to do a loaded glove thing tonight, I'm actually going to exercise my right to not have any cameras in the. And Anthony Joshua never has cameras in his fights. There's lots of fights that don't. Dillian White and Povetkin didn't have cameras in there. So, Tyson Fury could have exercised and said, hey, guys, we're going to do this loaded glove. Let's not have the cameras tonight. We don't have to because it's not a requirement. So, like, you have to also use common sense. Maybe, the Wildettes, their sense is obviously not common. I don't know, but it clearly isn't. Sometimes you've got to use a bit of common sense. And it just seems like there's too many things plucked from nowhere and everybody, because you guys are all screaming it out with one voice, you think that it makes it believable, and it doesn't, because there's people like me and it doesn't matter until facts, like you say, you deal with facts. So do I. I'm just instead of debating, debating's long. I just like checkmate. I would have just shut my mouth, came out with the paperwork and done everybody, and that would have been it. And on the things, if I would have jumped out of the boat or the plane without my fucking parachute, with all these silly fucking conspiracy theories, and once they was clearly factually debunked and proven, i.e., you know, not finding anything in Kenny Bayless' system of alcohol and drugs, I'd have to initiate an apology. I'd have to. So it's either that you're actually rooting for a guy that just has no clear manners, no clear decorum or etiquette or much moral code of conduct, and it's just like, what are we doing here? Like, once it's been debunked, apologize.
Yeah, so I think definitely that would be an admirable way to conduct yourself. I don't know that if he doesn't conduct himself that way,
Mm-hmm.
that is, the onus is on anybody to feel any kind of way about it, right? Like if that's why if you root for a guy because you think that he behaves in a mature manner,
Mm-hmm.
then okay, that's why you root for a guy, right? What if you don't give a damn? What if the reason why you root for him has absolutely nothing to do with whether or not he is charitable or honorable in his dealings with public officials when it comes to him feeling slighted and everything? Like I think there's a point where you can have your own personal preferences why you root for somebody or why you don't root for somebody without turning those people into villains, right? There's a
Mm-hmm.
reason why this is
Yeah,
happening.
because
But but like
he turned people
yeah,
into villains. He had
yeah, but,
people, you know, you
no,
can't.
well,
Mark Breland had
I'm
to
not saying that he's not. I'm not saying that he's not. Right, I get it. I get it. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that people vilifying other fan bases and other fighters is unjustified. Right? You can have a
Mhm.
justification. I'm just saying. I'm just stating that you don't necessarily have to be a
Yeah.
nefarious person because because you root for a guy who doesn't behave, doesn't comport himself in the public discourse in the manner that
Hmm.
you feel like he should. Right?
Hmm.
But you know, to not put too fine a point on it, Wilder
Yeah.
is coming up against, and this is, you know, this is just a factual. I think it's been like in the last 100 years, there's been like 4, maybe 5 heavyweight champs coming out of the UK. Well, what do we
Hmm.
got? We got Lennox, Frank Bruno, um, AJ Fury. That's 4. Am I missing somebody?
What top heavy?
Anyway, if I may be missing somebody, but I think that's
Hmm.
right. So, it is it to me. I could see why the UK has coalesced around making Wilder into the bad guy because they're
Whoever
rooting for their own guys, right?
the bad guy. Yeah.
Whether it's AJ or a Fury, right?
There's a
So the
lot of
idea, so
UK Wilder
I'm going
fans.
somewhere with this. I'm going somewhere with this. I'm just going
Mm,
somewhere with this, right?
mm,
So the idea that this is this us versus them kind of mentality that it seems to be that Wilder is feeding into. I think that he's made statements like saying haters have their roles too, right? So even if, let's say, you're just a nationalistic person and you're casting this whole, you know, Wilder or Wilder supporters in this negative light, they also have a part to play in the promotion of this fight and to making sure that it's important to people. Like boxing is about, you know, inflamed passions. Like that's what it is. You got to care about the guy, or else, you know, what are we doing? Like it's like there's not really a bunch of difference between your undercard fighters and your main card fighters you know, unless you care
mm.
about the guy. It's just guys punching themselves in the face, right? Punching themselves about the head and shoulders in the face. So I'm just speaking to the point of you're saying that yes, Wilder may be throwing out enough information in order to whip up the fans' both
Just saying, you just need to have some
and
fights,
detractors,
just
right?
whether
Because
you believe it or not. When it's
yeah,
disproven, that you should come and just apologise and say, do you know what, fans? Do you know what? Don't go in on Kenny Bayless because he proved that as much as I believed, I thought he was drunk. He absolutely wasn't, and that was just like, I just don't see any integrity with the man. I haven't heard him say, like Kurt said, oh, do you know what? You know, I do believe certain things were untowards, but until proven, I'm gonna hold off the gas, and I want my fan base to, stop going onto people's pages and sending death threats. and stop being nasty pieces of work. That's all. That's just called integrity.
Well, I mean, yeah. So, right. So I don't know if you've seen in your chat just today during this conversation. I haven't said anything. I haven't made any kind of. I haven't attacked anybody's position. I haven't mischaracterized anybody's position. In my view, I haven't called anybody names. But if you see what your chat is actually saying about what I'm doing, then you may understand why
Yeah,
it's not really. It's not really. Let me just finish. Let me just finish. You may understand why it's not really up to the creators to police what these other people are doing. Like, I would never hold you responsible for what these guys are saying in the chat, right?
Yeah, it's because they feel that you're chatting shit. Cool, okay, but because this is what they hear, the narrative of everybody that defends Wilder, they're bored of it. But guarantee, if I went into this chat now, like I did when I saw these horrible rude ones, other rude ones, they just got locked off. I guarantee if I said right now to everybody on my chat, anybody says anything disrespectful towards Smoke, problems, stop. Guarantee all my chat respect me. They would stop. If I saw them going, you fucking loser, we're gonna fucking hunt you down and find out where you live, and we're gonna. Do you think I'd have that on my chat? Do you think I'd have that on my chat geared towards you or any human being, especially someone that I've thrown under the bus and found out that they haven't actually done the thing that I threw them under the bus about? What type of person would that make me? So no, your leader has not done that. I'm afraid he hasn't. He could refute. He can refute stuff by himself, or not your leader, or whoever, the guy that you love, the guy that you back, the guy that whatever. I back anybody anybody can make mistakes, but as long as you say, you know what, I made a mistake, and guys, don't do this because this person doesn't deserve death threats and abuse at all. That it takes a snap of a finger to go on his social media and do that. And if they really respect him, they would stop doing it. And obviously, you're going to get a few stray off the ones that will continue. But the vast majority, I'd like to think, would just stop doing it. But because they think and they seem Wilder going with their mantras and with this divisive. It's no, my chat would never. If I said, right, all of you guys, I don't want to hear you say anything else that's deemed negative towards Smoke right now, they'd all stop. And if I did, and if they was sending you disgusting messages on the chat,
while I appreciate that, but the issue is like,
do you think I'd put them up?
No, I appreciate that.
They wouldn't.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I wouldn't hold you responsible. Like, if you're not sending these people out to do that thing, I'm not gonna hold you responsible for what these people are saying in the chat. Like, I just don't like that. That's just what they do, right? So, but when it comes down to the Kenny Bayless, but for our conversation, this conversation has been back and forth, and when we've disagreed or not been aware of the same sort of. So one of the things that's been brought, one of the things that that was brought up that I have never heard was that Kenny Bayless was cleared of this alcohol test, right? So I never heard that Kenny Bayless had this test and was cleared from it, right? So maybe we can add that. Maybe we can put that as part of the information.
Just type it in YouTube. No, you can do your homework.
No, I'm just saying,
type it in YouTube. Yeah. Kenny Bayless.
No, I just did. Yeah, I did. I didn't find anything. So anyway, I'm just saying that if somebody, I will come in and look at the video later. If somebody chat knows or know, and they put a link in after we're done, it's all good. I'll come and look at it, right? So that's
being tested for the thingy. I just saw it on. I consume so much things like I'll have to. Kenny Bayless, already tested.
Yeah, you and me both. Yeah, you and me both. Yeah. I'm not saying it wrong. I'm just saying I didn't see that. Right?
Every ref is tested for drugs and alcohol.
See,
before the
right.
Wilder.
So that
Before the Wilder.
see, it's stuff like
Before
this.
the Wilder.
So it's
Before the Wilder
So
Fury thing.
it's comments like I be flip flopping, right? This is just some generic amorphous accusation. When am I flip
Yeah, but
flopping? What are
imagine
you
if I
talking
said that you watched
about
my
me
team
flip
and you
flopping?
tried to drug me. Imagine I said, you know what? When me and Smoke first, when I first met Smoke, he was a cool guy, you know. He was a cool guy. Then one day, yeah, I felt a bit woozy. We was training in the park. We went for a jog in the park, and he gave me my bottle of water, guy. And I was a public figure, and I said, guys, I think my trainer, and my friend, I think he tried to drug me. And then everybody
Okay.
that stands for me.
Now I'm going after your ovaries. Now I'm going after your ovaries.
And everybody went on your social media and called you the scum of the earth. And how dare did you try to drug our lady Chann? And we're going to kill you. And we're going to hunt you down and kill your family. And then I get a tox report from the bloody hospital. And they say, no, nothing in your system. But you know what? When we took your blood, we found out that you had very, very low iron levels. Very low. Then I'd have to initiate. I imagine what I've done, and I know this, and I just keep everybody sending you death threats, and I say nothing. What type of person would that make me out to be? No, there's no right. There's no
the kind of person that would probably lose. I'm saying that you'd be the kind of person. You'd be the kind of person that would definitely lose the lawsuit that I would be filing against you.
Yeah, I'd lose the lawsuit, and I'd lose a part of myself because I'd feel disgusted knowing that I threw you under the bus without any proof, and when it was proven, and even if it wasn't even proven, I didn't even have to go straight to the media and say this is what you did, and then just to say, like you said, I proved it because the report came in that I just had extremely low iron levels, and I just kept that to myself and let people talk about how they was going to hunt you down and kill you and your family. I think that would make me a disgrace.
Yeah, like see, here's the thing. Here's the difference.
But you're always going to defend it, and
here's the difference.
You're always going to defend it, and you're
no.
Always gonna
listen. All right. So here's what the way that I would respond in this thing. If I was Tyson Fury, I would whoop Wilder's ass. Right. I get paid for whooping his ass, and then I would sue him for the sum of both checks that Wilder actually got from both fights, right? So that's what if I was Kenny Bayless, I would also initiate a suit. Like I've seen where Kenny Bayless drives, I've seen what his house looks like. Kenny Bayless could use a few $1 million. If I was Kenny Bayless, I would be suing him. If Mark Breland, if I was that guy, I also would be initiating a lawsuit. If I thought that my name was being unfairly dragged through the mud, let me. I got it. Listen. I'm not saying. Can I just finish? I'm not saying that they should do. I'm not saying that that's what they should do. I'm saying that's not what I would do.
How do you know that they're not?
I don't know that they're not. I don't know that they're not. I don't know that they're not. I don't even know if they will. I'm just saying. I'm not even talking about them. I'm not saying that they wouldn't. I'm not saying that they wouldn't. I'm
telling you.
Okay. I'm telling you that I would do it.
I'm telling you.
Right. That's cool.
That's cool.
That's all good. That's all good. I'm just saying that and if they do it, if they do that, I would understand, right? Because I would do the same thing in that position if I felt like my name was being unfairly dragged through the media, right?
Yeah. And it doesn't matter what Kenny Bayless's house looks like or what it doesn't look like. At the end of the day, you don't know what they're going to do. And Mark Breland had his lawyer on site when he was on the Fight Is Right. Stand by. That's all I'm going to say. Stand by. So one shouldn't speak before they know. That's why I like to checkmate. That's why I don't even play chess. Yeah, I just know the art of checkmating. That's all I know.
Okay. Well, you definitely know the word, right? You definitely know the word, though.
I just like that part. So that like,
okay,
I'll speak to you again at some point.
Okay, so
we do. And then when here's the thing. You're gonna be like, I don't know what you're gonna say then.
What I don't know what the chat. Well, we'll see. We'll
I
cross
don't know
that
what
bridge
you're
when we
going
get
to
to it.
say then.
I'm sure it'll be
No,
it's probably going to be something funny, right? I say funny stuff.
I don't know.
So
If
anyway, that mean funny, not funnier than strange and diluted, right? So, but anyway, but if I could just respond, right? So
yeah,
this idea about me being hypersensitive, I'm not being hypersensitive. I'm not reading the chats, right? So all I saw from HLD was another quote saying that I be flip flopping. Like I don't know
all of the
what you mean
quotes
by
have
I
said
be
that.
flip flopping. I'm not reading
I mean,
I'm not reading. I'm not reading the quote. I got it. I got it. But this
none of
whole
them said
thing
your
seems to be
quotes have said
some sort of weird attack. Maybe what it
that.
is that you guys are looking for is a punching bag. So what I'm
No,
at, maybe
nah,
what I'm serving for you is
nah,
is an opportunity to talk
nah.
a bunch of shit to
Well,
somebody, right?
maybe that
For
would
me,
be
for me,
70
but for
thoughts
me,
then
if you
be
want to talk,
looking
if
for a
you can I
punching
get this
bag.
thought out or no? Yeah,
78
go ahead.
thoughts could
You
be
go ahead.
looking
I'm just
for a
listening.
punching bag then. Barbershop could be looking for a punching bag then when they decide to talk about my two friends that got the Mark Breland
Yeah, but
interview
I'm not
and
on
didn't think
barbershop though.
anything. So yeah, we're all looking for punching bags. Yep, we all are. What's good for the goose is good for the gander.
Okay,
If
great.
that's
So,
what you think,
right. So
if that's what you think,
right.
I
I got
need
it.
you
But I'm
to be
talking.
a punching.
Okay.
If you think I need you to
I'm
be a
not
punching
okay.
bag,
How would you?
I don't need you to be a punching bag. It's only that you are a person that you
Okay,
stepped
great,
up
great,
talking about
great.
equality.
Then it would be great.
So
Then it would be great.
I've spoken to you about
Then it
it.
would be great if I can get my perspective out instead
You've
of
had
it
a
would
lot
be
of your
great then
perspective
that
on.
if
You've
I can
been
get
on
my
for 4
perspective
hours
out
and
instead
5
of just
minutes.
telling me what my
4
perspective
hours,
is,
5
right?
minutes of your
Uh, uh,
perspective. 4 hours, 5 minutes of a
Okay, cool.
perspective.
Right. All right, cool. Great. I don't think that you're accurate in that, but that's cool. You may feel that way, but that's cool.
Oh,
What I'm saying to you is if whoever it is wants to throw shots at me, that's fine. I am not mad at that. I knock yourself
yeah.
out. To me, it seems like
You
it is
just can't
unrooted.
admit
It
anything.
seems to
And
me
that's
it
what's
seems
annoying.
ungrounded. To me, it
Yeah.
seems ungrounded in
You
fact.
can't admit anything, mate. You can't admit anything. I just said to you, if
Okay,
somebody
what haven't I
threw
admitted?
somebody under the bus and said that they drugged you and had no proof of that, and then you found out that they actually didn't drug you, don't it make that person that wouldn't even come out and say, do you know what? Hold up, sorry about that. You've tried to skirt over it because you can't handle the truth. You
No,
can't
it's
even
not
handle
that.
it. You can't bring yourself to say
It's not.
that there's
Okay,
parts
you know what it is?
there's
Hey,
parts of
you know what,
your
Lady Chann?
king,
You're
Deontay
making assumptions about me
Wilder,
that aren't
there's
case.
parts of your
That's
king,
not the case.
Deontay Wilder, that you can't bring
Okay,
yourself to say, you know,
all
that
right.
is wrong
Okay.
and that is bad manners. For real.
You're making
Anybody that
another
finds
incorrect
out,
assumption. You're
yeah,
making
no,
another
it's
incorrect
not because
assumption about me.
you didn't,
You're making yet another incorrect assumption about
no,
me.
I'm not
Yes, you
making it.
listen. I
Well,
can
then,
explain to you
then
why.
answer the
Okay,
question then.
listen.
Well, then answer the question
Just
then.
like you said about
Well,
my
then
undisputed
answer
comment.
that question then.
Okay, I
Answer
will.
that
I
question
will.
then.
Can I?
Answer that.
Okay, I will. I will.
Go ahead.
I will. I will. You want me to make a moral determination about the way that somebody should behave. It would be fine.
No,
I think that it is a
no,
fine thing.
sorry.
Let me
Yeah,
finish. I'm trying to answer your question. I think it is a
now
fine thing.
Kurt got there.
Okay, so now I can't answer. Okay, so
You're
great.
way
That's
more
why I won't answer your
problematic.
question because you won't let me answer it.
Bullshit again. Yeah,
Right,
bullshit again.
exactly,
Yeah, you
right.
just
So
can't admit that
right.
you
If
can't
you want to
say
just keep
that
making
makes
assumptions
that
about me,
person that you can't say if
if you
you
want to
can't
just keep making assumptions about me, yes, I
if
am just here to be a punching bag for you.
my child came home from
Okay,
school
right,
and
great.
phoned me and said your child spat in another child's face, yeah, and I said to my child, did you spit in the other child's face? And my child said, the teacher didn't see. So, and then I was like, okay, well, my child didn't do it. And then the teacher actually provided some form of proof, i.e. CCTV of my child spitting. Do you think I would still then say, well, I'm not going to apologize to the other parent for what my child has done? No, you just can't
Do I think
admit
that's right?
nothing.
I don't
You
think it's
can't
right.
admit
Okay,
anything. So talking to you
okay.
4 hours and 10 minutes.
Right. I can't admit anything because you won't let me talk. Maybe if you let me talk, I would admit something. Maybe if you let me talk, I'd admit something. But I can't admit anything if you won't let me talk.
No, because I've given you too much opportunity.
Okay, cool. So then what are we talking about then? That's what I'm talking about. This is what I'm saying. All right.
I've tried to break things down.
How
I've
about
tried to be
this, Lady
diplomatic.
Chann?
Did
If
you
what
see
you're
it
saying
from
is
this
true,
angle?
then
Never.
Wilder
You
did us
never
wrong.
see it from any other
If
angle.
what?
Not
Okay,
one
how about
other
this?
angle.
How about this?
Not one.
Can I say that? Can I say
Annoying.
this? Okay, here you go. if what you're describing,
Disgraceful.
if what you're saying is true, then what Wilder did, what Wilder did is wrong when it comes to Kenny Bayless. Is that good enough for you?
That's good enough for me. Shouldn't have taken me to.
Like, I don't understand what it is.
Shouldn't have
Yeah,
taken me 10
there it
minutes.
is.
It shouldn't have
That's all
taken
it
me
is. Like, if
4 hours. There's lots of things that we could.
no, yo, I mean, I don't. Listen. Right. So, if you
being
want me to
annoying.
just say what do I think about, if the question is what do I think, if what you're saying is the case about Kenny Bayless is the fact, do I think that is wrong of Deontay Wilder? Yes, I do.
Thank you. That was all.
I also don't think that's. I also don't think that means anything about whether it doesn't mean anything about my character if I continue to root for the guy also in a boxing match.
I didn't say it means anything about your character if you still continue to root for the guy. Root for the guy if you want to root for the guy. But when the shit hits the fan, just you're the one that you root for him. It's cool. If you want to root for someone that's a fucking liar, root for him. If you want to root for someone that has a low moral compass when he decides to choose it, root for him. If you want to root for someone that's a great footballer, boxer, basketball player, root for him. Just know what you're rooting for. That's all. And just when evidence is put forward to you about your boxer, promoter, NBA player, NFL player, just accept that once it's been factually put to you or to the masses, then you just have to accept. And if you still choose to root for that person, kudos to you. Root for them. But it doesn't mean that because you root for someone that your eyes are blind and your ears can't hear. That's what we're fed up with. That's what we're fed up with Wilder supporters. That's what we're fed up with Wilder supporters about. You guys, he is infallible to you guys. He is invincible to you guys.
Okay, so this kind of nonsense is why Wilder haters. This is the problem with boxing. This is literally the problem with boxing. This is literally the problem with boxing. Like, for some reason, people feel like they need to moralize. Right, I got it. So people feel like they need to moralize. Like Wilder don't have. So for me, it is the issue is what I'm hearing is Wilder haters talking about so-called evidence that when you actually listen to the evidence doesn't support their conclusions. And so instead of okay, great, awesome. Then it doesn't support Wilder.
Doesn't support his
but we ain't talking about Wilder's
everything that he's thrown out here. There's nothing.
Okay, great.
So stop with that. Miss me with that shit.
Okay, great. Awesome.
That's a load of shit. About nothing supports what he's
okay, so I'll point out for just in the course of this discussion, we've talked about whether or not Shirley Finkel said that they were talking about the third fight or whether he was just getting a check. Turns out that's not what Shirley Finkel said, that they were just going for a check. But it turns out that Tay Davis said that Wilder never said that Wilder never said that the Kevin Ioli quote. Turns out Tay Davis was talking about Lance Pugmire, a completely different thing. Right, so that's what I'm saying. It seems like
say that to him. Yo, mate, you got your information
when the evidence is actually being presented. When the evidence is actually being presented,
clear it up.
Say what
the topic's still the same thing. The topic's still the same thing, but we'd have to pull him up and say, "Yo, my G, that was the same topic. We know, but with the wrong person at the wrong day." Cool.
Oh, is this the wrong? Right. Say that.
Period.
So then say that then. So you don't.
He still said that Breland might
say that then. So you don't like when you look at the actual.
Doesn't matter if he said it on fucking Monday.
Yeah, it sounds like that's not
fucking Thursday.
I don't know how he's going to prove that. Don't know how he's going to prove that.
No.
You know what? And what did I say about him saying it? And what did I say about him saying it, Lady Chann? And what did I say about him saying it?
You did. So
what did I say about that?
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you went with that. You said, yeah, I don't believe that or whatever. You did say that. But what I'm saying is, I'm not just gonna try and
prove that. Yeah, that's messed up.
Yeah. But people are fed up, mate. People are fed up of just hearing, just get the nigger in the gym. Get him in the fucking ring. We want to speak about other stuff. I'd love to report that Wilder's having an actual fucking fight. We're fucked off, man. We don't want to keep fucking talking about this shit. It's a load of shit. It's a load of shit. It's a load of shit. And I repeat one more time. It's a load of shit. Let's just do the boxing. Box or retire. One or the other.
Well, why don't you tell your man to get in the ring, and I'm sure he'll fight him.
What? Is he a fucking... What? Is Fury his gal? Is Fury the only person that he can fight? Move it along. And if the arbitrator that you guys say is for the third fight happens, then cool. Meet me on the flip side. But until then, I've got the road to undisputed to deal with. You go and do something else and stop just sniffing under my fucking boxer shorts.
Oh, is that what it was? So I'm sure the Fury, right? That's what it is. So Fury gets the win and gets to skate out the back door, and Wilder's supposed to go about his business, say nothing. That's an interesting take. That's not what I would do.
Be active until it's happened. What was the world?
That's not what I would do. Oh, wait a minute. They're all inactive. None of these guys are fighting right now. None of these guys are fighting. None of them are fighting
right now. Anthony Joshua's fought right now.
No, Anthony Joshua is not fighting anybody.
What do you mean he's not fighting
Anthony Joshua just fought, but they had already fought. Anthony Joshua was...
What? What are you talking about? Trying shit.
Okay, do you realize that both of those guys, all three guys fought one time in 2020? All of them. Tyson Fury, AJ, and Wilder fought one time in 2020. None of those guys have fought in 2021 yet. No, none of those guys have a fight scheduled yet. What are we talking about?
Anthony Joshua, what the fuck are you talking about? Anthony Joshua has fought his mandatories. He came with Ruiz. Obviously, he lost in June 2019. Then fought and got the belts back. Yes, in December.
In 2019. In 2019.
And then he fought Pulev. When? December? No, December?
A few months ago. A few months ago. 3 months ago. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, November 2020.
November.
2020,
yeah,
right.
That's when his next mandatory was. That's when his next mandatory was. So he's fulfilled his mandatory.
COVID. COVID happened. Pandemic happened.
No, he wasn't fought.
My point is what I just said. They all fought one time in 2020. My point is what I just said. They all fought once in 2020.
Your point is pointless. That makes no point. You're trying to. I don't know what the point.
Okay, no, you just don't understand my point. You just don't understand my point.
Fuck all. Your king hasn't even signed on the fucking dotted line. Your king has negated all the boxing fundamentals because your king never had boxing fundamentals in the first place. Your king is a fool. Your king is a liar.
Maybe because
has no moral compass.
Maybe because the gym
is a clown.
I got you.
Your king
I'm not here to be a punching bag, though, right?
So if you want to bring in
my queen is on the contract right now.
I haven't got time.
He's talking over me. My queen won't let me get a word in edgewise.
Everything.
We'll have a serious conversation with me about this. My queen is just shouting at me at this point. I wish we let me get a talk.
And we're talking about Wilder, and you're bringing in AJ. Don't fucking what
the trilogy.
What's your fucking
the trilogy?
Intellect. Send him right back.
The trilogy. Yeah, I know. So now what's going on. I get what's going on. Now I got what's going on. I get it. You want this? You want the undisputed fight so bad that you want the undisputed fight so bad. That you're saying that
and
Wilder,
you don't want to go back because you're jealous. Because you're all jealous.
I'm jealous. What are we jealous of? What are we jealous of?
That's the little Alabamian guy off his fucking couch. The reason why he's made any money is attached to his name too of two British heavyweights. Because before that, have it right, we weren't fucking with him. Wilder's biggest pay date was 600 thou. Shush! Please do not say anything when you're going to speak your illogical ethos sciences. I don't know where you guys. Must be a 5%.
Come on, Queen. Let me have it.
But your 5% your 5% is now gone to 4. We're on 4% now. Yeah, we are. Because you're chatting shit.
All right. So you know where we are. You know where we are. It sounds like the UK does not feel like. It doesn't sound like the UK is very confident. It doesn't sound like confidence to me.
And be fucking muted because we ain't got time. Thanks. Hiya, girl. This lady Chann. Come box with Chann. Gone.